Audio check. Yo, Zen, thanks for the raid. On the starting soon screen, even. Thanks so much for that. How was the stream today? Oh, you don't have to answer because you said that you've got a raid and lurk. Thank you for the lurk. But I hope it was a good stream. Welcome in, raiders. I am almost ready to switch over. Give me a couple more minutes here and vibe out to the music with us. Pops, welcome in. Nice to see you. I ate my first meal at a bit of an awkward time earlier, so the result is I am really hungry right now. So I'm gonna eat a little something so I don't get into trouble. Just gonna woof it down really quick, but I can chat with y'all while I do that. Welcome to Friday. Tell me how your day's doing for you so far. If you got any weekend plans, feel free to share. If you've had any yummy foods or drinks today, or have them perhaps planned in your near future, would love to hear about that. I'm just gonna mute the mic while I take some bites and scarf real quick, and we'll get started right after that. There we go. All right. Food sufficiently scarfed. Thanks for waiting. That will keep me out of trouble today and get my tummy on the right timing, or I guess slightly ahead. Usually I eat like a half an hour before I start, but I just couldn't do that today because my first meal was too late. Okay, let's go ahead and get swapped over, and we got some stuff to chat about. Welcome in, everybody, for properly this time. Thank you again, Zen, for the raid. Folks, go follow Audible Zen Life. Very cozy RPG streamer, usually morning time for me, so that's always a rarity. It's hard. Sometimes it's hard to find people that stream during like the morning time. You know, and especially if you're like at work and you work a job where you're allowed to look at or listen to things. Sometimes it can be hard to find streams that you want to watch and there's a bit of a dead zone. Or you gotta like find some like EU streamers that are streaming for their evening, but it's your morning, you know, that kind of a thing. I believe Zen is in the US, but I'm not 100% certain. Hi, Nima. Nima's been chewing on her bone today. One of her gums is bleeding a little bit, which seems like it would be a bad thing, but it's actually perfectly normal and okay for dogs. Nima's pretty stressed out today. Not as bad as yesterday or the day before, but she is still pretty stressed out today. I'm sure there are some distant fireworks and things that we can't hear that she can. The unfortunate thing with New Year's being midweek is that there will be fireworks on the day because people have to do them on the day, but then there will also be people that will do them on the weekend because they had to wait until the weekend because, you know, they had to work on New Year's or whatever. So on Wednesday night, we had the big to-dos from like, you know, parks or schools or whatever, you know, where you hear like the big professional fireworks shows happening. And then yesterday there was more stuff at night where I couldn't really tell if it's just like people in the neighborhood or actual shows. Probably more of the former. But unfortunately, there will probably be more stuff tonight and tomorrow. Just intermittent, random people. So pretty stressful week for Nima. Best case scenario is always that the firework holiday is on like a Friday or a Saturday. So usually the stress is for her localized pretty much exclusively on the one day, and she only has to have like one, maybe like 1.5 or 2 bad days. But when the holiday's right in the middle of the week, you know, 4th of July and New Year's being the big offenders, when the holiday's right midweek, it kind of just ruins the whole week for her, which really sucks. We did preemptively give her a pill on New Year's Eve, but I don't really know what to do. Like, I don't really know what to do like these couple of days. Like, do I want to preempt it and give one to her and just assume that there's going to be stuff at night or not? You know, like they're not the most expensive things in the world, but we do have to pay for them. And it's like, it's something that we can get replaced whenever we need more, but we don't want to use it unnecessarily. And it's definitely not a great thing for her to have like several days in a row either. So it's hard. Poor Nima. Bless up for Nima. But otherwise, we're having a great time over here. Absolutely impeccable weather today. We came out of a cold snap. We had a bit of like actual for here winter temperatures, where it was down in like, you know, the 30s and the 40s, which is like what we would expect for like a cold period here. It doesn't usually get much colder than that, which is how I like it. But today we're in the mid 70s and it's sunny and clear and breezy and it's phenomenal. And that is my favorite kind of weather. It's like blue sky, green grass, 70 degrees. I could take or leave the breeze, I suppose. I'm not much for a breeze. If the temperature is comfortable without the breeze, then I'm good without the breeze. You know? If it's like a really, really light breeze, that's fine. Obviously, if it's hot, a breeze is fantastic. Love a breeze when it's hot. But when it's warm, I could do without it. You know, I don't really need it. And it looks like we're going to have, like, kind of nice, warm weather for, like, the next week. There's going to be, like, one rainy day. So that's great for me. I have I guess you could call it an art project. I have a project that I'm working on in the garage that is temperature sensitive, and every time it gets cold, I have to bring the art project in the house so that it doesn't get cold, because it can't get cold. And there's also like a can of stuff that's part of the project that also can't get cold, so, you know, I have to bring those in when it gets cold, and I can't work on it in the house because of, like, fumes and stuff. So I just have to wait for it to warm back up, and then I can take everything back out to the garage. So I'll be able to continue to make progress on that this week, which I'm excited about, because I'm at the point with this thing where I just really want it to be done. It's a type of thing where, like, I go out into the garage, and it takes me, like, 5 to 10 minutes to do, like, a coat on the surface of this thing. And I basically have to just do that over and over and over and over and over until the surface of it is the smoothness that I need it to be. And it's taken so much longer than I thought it would. I thought I would maybe have to do, like, you know, 5 to maybe 10 coats of this stuff on this thing for it to be smooth. And I vastly underestimated it. It's, I have no idea how many coats I've done, but I've definitely done at least 40, probably 50. Oh, the bot is dead, Pops. Let me get you the links here. I'm gonna have to be the bot today. Here is a link to... Oh my god, they killed it. Yeah, unfortunately, I had a blue screen when I launched OBS yesterday, and somehow it completely borked my bot. And I worked with the tech support people for the bot in their Discord yesterday for like an hour leading up to the stream. And they were very responsive and helpful, but we were not able to get the issue solved to where I could actually use the bot. And the problem with the bot is that it won't open. There's an error message when it tries to launch, which really sucks. Yeah, I don't think that it has anything to do with Twitch, and it doesn't seem like it has anything to do with the software either. It also seems like maybe some of it is stemming from an issue with how I installed the software. Apparently it's like supposed to point towards a specific place on your PC and like store the settings there, and apparently mine was doing that, not doing that, and storing them in a different location. And the person was like, this is really weird. And we were, you know, troubleshooting a bunch of different stuff and moving things around so that they would point to different things and launch from different places, and we just cannot get it figured out. And I'm ready to just, like, you know, make a copy of my settings and just delete everything and reinstall it. I feel like that would probably fix it. Like, if they can tell me that there's a way to save my settings and then just wipe everything and reinstall it, that seems like the best way to do it. But they have told me not to do that yet so far. So I haven't done that. And if I did lose everything, that would really suck. But it wouldn't be that difficult to rebuild it from scratch. So, you know, worst case scenario, I will just rebuild everything. Really the worst part about it would be just that I would have to remember everything that I had off the top of my head. So I would inevitably forget some things. and then be like, oh yeah, I forgot to re-add the such and such thing, and then I'd have to recreate, you know, that command or whatever. But not really a big deal. I put those links in the chat for you, Pops, for my spreadsheet collection and my backlogged, assuming that's what you were looking for. The thing that kicks out the wide shot isn't going to work. Obviously, that's a bot thing. If you were just wanting to look at my shelves, let me know. I can put them on the screen for you. Other updates. We are running a poll for the new Tuesday game. So, if you are in the Discord server, if you are in the Backlog Boys Discord server, go to the polls channel, add a reaction on the poll for the game that you'd most like to see me play next after we finish Paper Mario. We're probably... I think there's a very good chance that we'll finish Paper Mario next week. But if we don't finish it next week, we'll definitely finish it the following week. I'm leaning towards wanting to 100% the game, so it could be a thing where we, like, get to the final boss next week and then start doing, like, collectible roundup, and then finish collectible roundup the next week and, you know, 100% it or whatever. So I'm giving myself 2 streams to finish the game, but it may only take 1. There's also a world where I just beat the game on Tuesday and then do the 100% grind cleanup off stream. Depends on how I'm feeling about it. And how, like, excited I am to start the game that wins the poll. You will have until the end of next week to vote for this game. So the poll opened Tuesday after stream, and it runs through this week, and you'll have until the end of next Friday's stream, a week from today, at the end of the Blue Dragon stream, 8 p.m. my time. I will close the poll and announce what the new Tuesday game is going to be right before we raid out. So make sure you get your vote in before that. No pressure to join my Discord ever. It's a very minimalistic server. Not a whole lot goes on in there, just informal chats. But the most important thing that happens there is it's the only way to participate in the selection process for what games that I play. So if that's something you're interested in, that's where you gotta be. That doesn't happen in Twitch chat. It doesn't happen anywhere else other than the Discord server. Otherwise, pictures of the puppies, informal chats, food talk, soda talk, snack talk. Sometimes I'll shout out friends in the announcements channel if I'm really enjoying something that they're doing and I want you to check it out. Sometimes we do watch parties. We always do watch parties for Nintendo Directs, so if you're a Nintendo fan and you like Nintendo Directs, and you like the idea of maybe watching along with somebody, that's something that we always do, even if they're like super early in the morning, which they often are. I will wake up to stream the Nintendo Direct, and, you know, we'll open up the chat, and we can all talk to each other. Text only. I don't do voice chat during Nintendo Direct, because that would just be chaotic and too distracting, and some people don't want to be perceived in voice chat. That's just a little too much. So text chat only. And very rarely, you know, there's a world where we do it more often. Things like, you know, movie nights, watch parties, game nights. We have done, like, Jackbox in the Discord before. It's been a long time since we've done that. But, you know, the more the merrier. The more people are active in the server, the more likely I might be to actually do some of those things. But it's mostly for voting. And knowing when I go live, because Twitch is unreliable with those notifications. So vote in that Tuesday poll if you're in there. Consider joining if you want to vote for what we've got. The 3 games on the poll are 3 games that I'm just very front of mind wanting to play right now. They are Pokemon TCG 2 or Pokemon Card GB 2. Very confusing title to search for, but it is the sequel to the Game Boy Color game Pokemon trading card game, which was a confusing name back in 1998, but is an even more confusing name now to try to search for a video game called Pokemon Trading Card Game, because you'll find Pokemon cards, you'll find Pokemon TCG Pocket, and all kinds of other stuff, but not the actual Game Boy Color game. Played that game almost a year ago. I believe that was back in, like, late January, early February of 2025, and had an absolute blast with it. It scratched an itch, both for Pokemon and just, like, old school card battler mechanics. I really, really liked that game. Fantastic music. And this game is a sequel that was only released in Japan, but did receive a full fan translation. It's also a Game Boy Color game. We just didn't get it in the US because it was a pretty late Game Boy Color game. It's supposed to have a little bit more of a story than the first game did, which was basically non-existent. It basically has the same story as a Pokemon game where you have to beat all the certain number of special people and then face the champion kind of thing. You have a rival, which that was more than enough for the game. It was really fun. But apparently this one has a little bit more of a story, which is intriguing. Same card battler mechanics, but it just adds a bunch more cards and a couple of new mechanics. It's basically a rinse and repeat, which is a good thing because the first game is really good. So very interested to play that. That's option number 1. Option number 2 is the PS4 remaster of Batman Arkham City, which I have never played. I should clarify that everything that I play is a first playthrough. That's all I'm interested in really doing on this channel. Sometimes I'll do, a challenge run or like a Ocarina of Time randomizer here and there. But for the most part, anything that you're going to be voting on that's like a full playthrough on stream is going to be a first playthrough from the backlog, because that's the whole point. Somebody asked yesterday if I had never played Arkham City before, and I was like, right, I need to make it more readily apparent that everything's a first playthrough. So yes, I've never played Batman Arkham City. Maybe that's surprising. Maybe that's one of those ubiquitous games that people think that everyone has played. I have not played it. I played Arkham Asylum on stream like 3 or 4 years ago. It was either like late 2021 or early 2022. Really, really enjoyed that game. I feel like I have a lot more thoughts about Batman as a media property now than I did then, and I've consumed some different types of Batman media that I hadn't consumed at that time. So I have a little bit of Batman brain rot, and this would be a great way to scratch that itch. I know that what's held me off from Arkham City for a long time is that I know that it's kind of like an open world game because it comes from that era when that was like the big buzzword, bullet point, selling point for games. And I don't like super open, sandboxy, non-linear stuff. It really overwhelms me. But I'm definitely significantly less concerned about that now than I used to be. So even though I really liked how linear Arkham Asylum was, it wasn't really that linear. So I don't know. I'm not super worried about it. I'm not super worried about it feeling like too massive and like untenable. I know there's a lot of content in the game. The PS4 remaster has like all the DLC. I'm not going to commit myself to engaging with everything or getting all the collectibles or whatever, only if it strikes my fancy. I just want to experience the story and the characters and the world and kind of be immersed in, Batman vibes and draw a conclusion about the game at large. I'm excited about that. The cast of villains is massive. Like, just watching the trailer, there are so many Rogues Gallery characters in the game. I don't know how they're going to include them all. There was a lot in Arkham Asylum, but there's definitely more in City. And I know the Joker performance is a big one for a lot of people. So, I'm kind of a Joker hater. So I'm very interested to see how that all flows together. The gift sub discount, I believe, is over, so tread lightly. If you're looking to drop a pack of subs today towards the sub goal, that would be greatly appreciated, but I don't think they're discounted anymore. So watch out for that. We got all caught up on our redeems yesterday, and we did hit a sub goal on Tuesday. So there will be a Sunday point-and-click stream with the lady coming at you. Not this Sunday, but next Sunday, the 11th. So next week we're closing the poll, and there will be a Sunday stream. If we pop this current sub goal before, I guess before the end of today, we would have back-to-back Sunday streams. But if that sub goal gets hit next week, I think there will be a gap in between. So just be advised, I suppose. If you're wanting to see more Grim Fandango, you like the idea of back-to-back streams, those are your terms and conditions. That's all I have to update you with. So let's start Blue Dragon, shall we? I'm gonna pause this music, and we're gonna go. That's not the controller. That's the N64 controller. Grab this 360 controller. I'm very interested to see how long the battery life will be on this controller. I have the one with the good old double A's, because I'm actually a big fan of old school alkaline batteries. They're extremely underrated. They're they're not the same alkaline batteries that we had in the 90s. Even though they are the same size and they look the same, they are still continuously improved upon, and the capacity and the efficiency of them continues to improve, like, with the passage of time. So they're very, very good and very, very inexpensive. They're very reliable. I'm a big fan. All right, we're loading save slot 4 here. And I get really kind of, I don't know, I guess just fed up. I get kind of fed up with rechargeable stuff a lot of times. Oh, look at this nice little picture we got on our loading screen. I guess that happens if the load takes a certain amount of time. We've never seen that before. Nice little art picture of Motto. We're going to go right into a dungeon today, but I need to do a recap of what happened yesterday first. I'm going to turn my volume up a little bit so I can hear this music. And I'm just going to do a quick recap of everything that we learned yesterday. So far, it seems like we have about 2 to 3 pages of writing per stream. Which, for the beginning of a game, which is usually a little bit more front-loaded and, plot and lore heavy, that bodes pretty lean for this game. Yeah, the music's too loud. Just had to wait for it to ramp up. Like Xenosaga, some of the streams I would write like 7 or 8 pages. And so the recaps would be really, really long. Yesterday, my recap was long because I recapped both of the first 2 streams because it had been 2 weeks since I played the game. But I'm just going to recap what happened yesterday today, which shouldn't take long at all. So, we were at the top of the ancient hospital that was our first kind of real proper dungeon underground. We find Morrow, our new party member, who was not our party member yet at the time, squaring off with this boss that was a ice ghost dog and a water ghost dog fused together. And we had this really nice, classic, like, Sakaguchi, early Final Fantasy, maybe a little bit Dragon Quest kind of moment where the boss had a gimmicky mechanic that was very straightforward and obvious, and it was kind of like a tutorial, but it wasn't actually a tutorial. Like, you play the game and it's very obvious, like, oh, I have to play a certain way to defeat this boss. It would change which element it was resistant to and weak against every time it got hit, and it would counter against certain things. Very satisfying, bodes well for future fights in the game. Also, it was kind of the second major boss of the playthrough, and the very first boss had a gimmick as well. So maybe setting a precedent that every boss will have a gimmick, which I don't hate on paper. Shu continues to insist that Morrow must be associated with Nene, but Nene gets really mad every time he's accused of that and denies it. We try to help him fight the boss, but he's like, nah. So we beat the boss without him. And then Morrow is like, I gotta find this medicine. He's like, my mom is sick. All the other villagers are sick. They're gonna die if I don't find this medicine. So we're like, okay, well, are you gonna let us help you now? And he's like, whatever. And he kind of just like runs off. Like he doesn't tell us that we can't help him. He doesn't stop us from helping him, but he doesn't really accept our help. And so we follow him into this like storage room with all these cabinets, and we're searching around. And we finally find the medicine that he's looking for. And we're kind of worried that this medicine isn't going to be usable because it's all ancient. Everything in this hospital is ancient. Everything that looks technological in this game is referred to as ancient, which is interesting. And Morrow is like, oh, well, he said it would be fine. And Shu's like, who is he? You talking about Nene? And Morrow's like, it doesn't matter. So, again, being really sus and vague. But Morrow runs off with the medicine before we can catch him. And he jumps in the drill machine, starts driving back to his hometown, which is where we are right now. Lago Village is where the Devi tribe lives. We thought that, or I initially thought that he like ran away from us. But we were all in the drill machine together, so totally fine. We get to the village, and all the villagers, except for a few, are all laid up super sick. They're like coughing constantly, and they have this rash on their face. They're worried that they're gonna die. It's really bleak. It's really morose in there. But they're all very proud of Morrow for retrieving the medicine for them. He brings it in. The elder kind of explains to us a little bit about what's going on. Apparently this happened like 3 days ago. They give the medicine to everybody, and apparently the medicine makes it worse. Or it doesn't help at all. It doesn't do anything. And so then Morrow is like, oh, they tricked me. I'm jumping around a little bit in my notes here. The Devi Elder also is aware of how the violet clouds affect Talta Village, where we are from. So they're not completely insulated from like nearby cultures or whatever. And then the Elder was also surprised that Morrow didn't tell us why they needed the medicine until we got there. Yeah, but they don't know what caused the rash. Medicine makes things worse. Morrow says that he tricked me, and that he was told that it was a miracle medicine. And then we kind of put this together that the drill machine has an insignia on it. The medicine has an insignia on it. And that connects with something that we're getting to in just a second. So the violet clouds show up outside. We run outside. And then a giant ship comes down from the cloud. Morrow gets hit with this like electrocution stuff, and he can't move. And then Nene and Zabo come down to the ground in this like tractor beam, and Zabo's robot body and the little thing that Nene flies around in both have the same emblem on it as the drill machine and the medicine canister. So we probably would have I probably would have noticed that if it hadn't been so long since the first two streams, but I didn't really take note of that symbol the first time I saw it. So I actually like that I didn't find that out ahead of time, and had to put it together. We try to attack Nene. He's got a barrier. We can't do anything to him. And then we finally get confirmation that the he that Morrow was tricked by and getting the medicine for was indeed Nene. Nene takes the medicine. He uses it on himself, but then it doesn't do whatever he was hoping that it would do. So we don't know if Nene is like actually sick or if he's just trying to increase his power. You know, there's a couple things that could be going on there. He doesn't necessarily seem to be suffering from anything. He looks old and he's confined to like a vehicle, but he's also extremely powerful. So not sure how to read that. And we pretty much all get confirmation that Nene caused the plague on the Devi tribe just to contrive a situation to exploit Morrow to go and get the medicine for him from the ancient hospital. And when we learned that, I thought to myself, well, this guy's super powerful. Why wouldn't he just go and get it himself? It's got his logo on it. But when I had that thought, I actually talked about it on stream yesterday. had that thought, and I was like, well, that's probably not a big deal. It's probably not worth thinking about. I'm not going to like write that down as a question in my notes because it's probably just a plot thing or whatever. But then like 10 minutes later, Jiro actually asked that question to the other characters. He was like, well, why didn't Nene go and get it himself? So apparently that was an important thought to have. And maybe I should have written it down. When Nene leaves, he says, perhaps they are our only option, referring to the party. So again, kind of implying that he's been watching us. There's something about us. There's a reason he's doing all these different things that he's been doing, specifically in our orbit, perhaps. So planting some seeds there, raising some questions. Morrow is extremely distraught that he failed his people, so he kind of goes into seclusion, and he's whining and crying up on the cliff in his like little hiding spot. And we go up there to find him, and Shu is like really toxic and nasty to him. He calls him pathetic. He's like, stop whining, suck it up kind of stuff. Like very not great. And he does go on to say like, we can still save them, we shouldn't give up, which is definitely a better thing for him to say. But he was really, really callous and like not compassionate towards Morrow. And then Jiro and Kluk kind of jump in to console Morrow, and they are much nicer about it. They're encouraging, and they understand why he feels bad and why he was, you know, duped the way that he was. And then we go back into the infirmary, and Kluk says that she recognizes the rash from her father's work. I think she says that her father was a doctor or whatever. He's not alive anymore. And she recognizes it from when she was a girl. And she like drew a picture of a plant that she was like, we need to find the plant that looks like this. And the elder recognizes it, and he says that you're going to have to go south to the Forest of the Dead to find that plant. Then Morrow does a flashback. He kind of recounts the events of meeting with Nene and how the whole situation of the plague was contrived. But also Nene forced Morrow to swallow a light sphere like we did to gain our dragon shadow. So that's how Morrow got his magical abilities. But it's very interesting that Nene made him do it because it's something that makes him more powerful. So that could have something to do with why Nene is following us. The disembodied voice that told us to swallow the light spheres doesn't sound like Nene, and it reads like they're a voice that we can trust, but that may not be the case. So really interesting thoughts there. Very interested to find out who or what convinced us to swallow those light spheres back at the beginning. And then this is when Jiro wonders, why didn't Nene just go and get the medicine himself? And then Morrow joins the party. And that was where the bulk of the lore ended yesterday. We went out into the world map field, did some exploring, picked up some treasures, did a bunch of random battles, messed around with our class configurations a little bit, and all that sort of thing. We have to go to the undersea caverns and go through that dungeon to get to the Forest of the Dead, where this plant is that we need, the antidote. So I guess we might have to do 2 dungeons in a row. But that's pretty much what we're looking at today. We know where the undersea caverns are. We just haven't been in yet, and we're gonna basically make a beeline there. So today is 1-2, and it is day 4 of Blue Dragon. Let's get to it, shall we? Matcha's on. All right, out into the field. I made kind of a rough plan of what I want to do with everybody's classes for the next little bit as we work our way through the dungeon. Because I do want to take random fights. It's very easy to dodge random fights, but I don't want to get behind in experience. I'd rather just take randoms as I go than like grind in a big pocket later on or as needed. So I'm gonna dodge all these randoms out on the field. But as long as, you know, save points are nearby, I'm gonna try to fight each variant of enemy at least once. Because we do have a bestiary. If we go to our encyclopedia here, we can go to the monster record. And we actually have an entry for every enemy type that we have fought. Which is very important. And there is a field skill that allows us to instantly defeat enemies on the overworld. And we don't really have the right setup right now to use it a lot. It's not entirely a way to eliminate grinding, but it could be used to great effect in the mid to late game to farm SP. And it could actually be great too because I think at a certain point, we will want to throttle how much experience we're earning. Because when you do the instant win on the map with this field skill, you only gain SP. I want to call them skill points, but they're actually shadow points. But they function as skill points. So that's actually pretty cool. There were definitely times in like Xenosaga and sometimes in other games where you want to earn a certain yield of like points, but not all the others. Iridescent wind. All right, let's go ahead and immediately drop another save here at the entrance. This will be slot 5. I also want to leave a note for myself that there are locked chests at Lago Village, in case I forget. Undersea Caverns. Entrance. We don't know what we need to unlock the chests at Lago Village. I'm guessing it's probably an item or a skill. But I didn't see a skill that looked like it would be such a thing. I discovered yesterday that the manual has the entire skill list for all the classes, unless there are additional classes that aren't in the manual. And Assassin is the closest thing to Thief. So that's the one that I would think would have the ability to open locked chests, because that's very much a thing in like early Final Fantasies and Dragon Quest, is to have a thief to open certain chests. But it doesn't look like that's going to be the case here. Wow, this water looks nice. This place looks really cool. Yo, what's up, Ricky? Welcome in. How you doing? Yeah, the manual honestly is a little bit spoilery. I think those are hermit crab poos. What are those? They use poos instead of shells to live in. But the truth is, they'd rather have armor instead, or so I've heard. Hermit crab poos. I like how he says that, like that's just such a normal thing. Why am I so turned around here? Is this where I came from? This is not where I came from. Oh, there's my mini-map. Okay. So this must be the way that... Nope, this is not the way that I came from. This is the way that I came from? This is the way that I came from. Okay. If I press start... Yeah, it shows me the world map. Is there a way I can open the mini-map to see all of it? Apparently not. That's a little bit of a bummer. Electric jellyfish. Magic jellyfish. Alright, we're gonna fight it. We just saved, so it's very safe. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, I like how their body has like a mage staff inside. Well, these things are pretty weak, much like the enemies we saw out on the field. I don't know if we just, like, did more encounters inside the hospital than the game expected. But the enemies on the field out here and in this dungeon seem to be a lot weaker. Or a lot easier to deal with. I mean, we do have a fourth party member. That could be part of it, but... What's up, Rexy? How's it going? Welcome in. Paralysis persists after battle. Oh, negotiate. That's the one we wanted. I think now we're going to switch Kluk to something else. Oh, wait, no, I think it went away. Okay, it looks like the paralysis went away. So we're going to switch Kluk to something else now. I think we were going to switch her back to Black Magic. Let me just see. Yeah, we wanted to get her to Black Magic level 2. And then after that, we'll probably explore support, unless we have opened up Generalist for her. Okay. I think it's pretty safe to get rid of security. We haven't run into anything that tries to steal from us yet. So until we do, I don't think I really need that. Shu is trying to get to level 10 Monk. Jiro's good for a while. And Maro is good for a while as Guardian. Playing some Lost Odyssey, nice. A lot of chatter about Lost Odyssey lately. I feel like a lot of people are discovering that game and like showing interest in playing that game in like the last 3 to 5 years. A lot of people in my circle have like streamed it or said they want to stream it or are planning to stream it, or they're like hearing about it and getting interested in it. So these things are fast. A fast enemy that can paralyze is definitely scary. They've got AoE magic, which is also pretty scary. It's another one your dad got you for you when you were younger. It's actually really hard. Interesting. Let's see. Yeah, that's enough to take you out. Let's have you heal. Yeah, I have Lost Odyssey. I plan to play it at some point. I want to play all the Mistwalker games. That's another one that was part of the reasoning for buying this console that we're playing this on. I didn't have immediate plans to put any of the 360 games on a poll, but this one was added by a community member with channel points, which is something that you can do around here. You can force a game to be on my radar, and if everybody else agrees with you, it can end up being the stream game. Okay, we got the meditation skill that we wanted. Oh, we're in an ad. Okay, I'll be right back. Man, Mario's really trying to make a game out of it. But I think Fox has a huge advantage in sudden death. There have been at least 2 of these, possibly more, where Mario manages to hold it off to take it to sudden death, but he can't close. So Fox has already clinched the matchup. We're just finishing out the number of rounds. We always do 11 rounds. So this brings it up to 7-2. Not a great showing for Mario. If he could go 2 in a row here and close it out at 7-4, he would be on equal footing with Link, which would be pretty good. He is 4th ranked behind Link in 3rd. So that would kind of make sense. Yeah, actually Mario has moved up. He's moved up to 4th. Temporarily. Ahead of Ness. It was the other way around. Ness is all done as well, so Ness's scores won't be changing. So there's nothing Ness can do about that. Mario still has opportunities to drop back down, because he's got some matchups left. By the way, we're going to be switching to Kirby versus Luigi after this. Once we finish out this matchup. We still have 2 more rounds to go before we switch. So 2 more ad breaks. Then it'll be Kirby versus Luigi for 11. If you want to choose who fights after Kirby and Luigi, you can pick with 1,000 channel points. There's not many matchups left. Your choices are Samus, Yoshi, Captain Falcon, and Donkey Kong. And after we've got one of those selected, I'll let you know who the potential opponents are. Or some of them you might not get to pick because there might only be one option. Because we're really getting down to it. There's only 66 possible matchups in this whole thing, and the one we're picking for right now is number 62. So we're getting really close. Alright, back to the game. Yeah, you gotta save up those channel points, Rexy, if you want to do that. It's definitely a gamble. It's been a crapshoot for some. All right, I think I might want to go back to Swordmaster here, but let me look. Because we could get the level 2 scrolls, I know, which would be good to have access to. That's only 1 rank away. And if we hung on to it until rank 11, we'd be able to Blood Sword, which would be pretty amazing to have. We probably won't care about level 3 magic for a long time. We're kind of just eyeing up Generalist for everybody. Alright, let's see here. Counterattack for sure. And Meditation we'll take. Okay. We should be set for a while unless somebody gets a new class. You double checked and the one in mind isn't on the list. So a particular game that you might want to add isn't on, like, my are you looking at my short lists on Backlogged, Rexy? How are they not close enough? Okay, there we go. Hermit Crab Poo. Let's fight them all. We've never done a three-wave battle. Let's see what's going on with these hermit crab poos. Okay, they can take a hit, but not two. Oh, you're looking at the Google Sheet. Got it. Well, if it's not in my collection, you won't be able to add it to a poll. So, here, let me guide you here. So the spreadsheet is basically the entire list of available games. Those are all the games in my collections that I own. And if you look at the far right column, it tells you like whether or not I have played the game or completed it or whatever. So basically anything that's in that spreadsheet, and then on the far right column, it says new. Those are all the games that are eligible to be added to a poll. If it's an RPG, it'll go on a Friday poll. If it's not an RPG, or if it's anything else, it'll go on a Tuesday poll. Another thing I can point you to, I don't know if you're a backlogged user, but even if you're not a backlogged user, you can actually find these for anyone else that's also interested in this kind of thing. I have these linked in my panels below the channel here. You know, if you're on desktop and you can see like my about and stuff below. I keep these short lists, and these are just kind of like games that I'm kind of most interested in playing next. I keep one for RPGs and one for non-RPGs. Oh, the first link is the wrong link, sorry. The second link is the RPG shortlist, and then I'm going to post a third link here that is the non-RPG shortlist. Now, keep in mind that not all of these games are necessarily not all of these games are necessarily stream games. I do have a ban list of games that I want to play, but won't be on stream for one reason or another. So, if you try to use channel points to add a game to a poll that is on my ban list, I will just let you know, hey, that's a ban list game for me. I don't want to stream it for X or Y reason, and then I can either just let you pick something else or give you your points back. So yeah, that's the spiel on adding games to polls. I guess the other thing is sometimes people ask, well, what happens if I pay my 25,000 hard-earned channel points to add a game to a poll and then it doesn't win the poll? And the answer is tough rocks. Just to put that disclaimer out there. We have had that happen many times where a game is added with channel points and it doesn't win. And I feel kind of bad for those people, but they knew what they were getting into. Let's heal. Oh, not skill, spells. I'm going to top off everybody for the most part. Yeah, what I always say to people is, if you're really passionate about me playing a specific game, oh, they can paralyze me on the field. That's intense. I was trying to get all three of them here. If you're really stoked about me playing a specific game and you add it to the poll with channel points, it's on you to brigade the community and do your best electioneering to convince them that that's the game that I should play. I always encourage people to do that. You know, make your case. Like, don't make your case to me, because I don't vote. I mean, you can make your case to me if you want, but make your case to the people who are voting and be like, hey, this would be a great stream because this, or Austin would really like this game because this. I fully encourage that kind of thing, whether it happens in Twitch chat or in the Discord. Totally cool with people like campaigning for the game that they want to win the poll. Oh, we have a proper poo snake back there. Okay, good damage spread there to get them both taken out. Yeah, the ban list is very important. The Pooh Snake called for help, but nobody came. Love to see it. Classic Dragon Quest moment. You like playing games with background noise? Yeah, I like that for certain games. It's very game specific for me. There's Magic Sword level 2. We're going to stick with Swordmaster until rank 11, though. Some games I really like the quiet, isolated atmosphere. You know, like maybe I want it to be nighttime, minimal light in the room, just like one lamp, and just having like kind of like quiet meditative time with myself and the game. Especially if it's something that I like really want to pay attention to, whether I'm taking notes or not. I really like that for certain games. Other games I like, you know, like, oh, I'm gonna put a stream on in the background while I play this game. Like I did that a lot when I was grinding 100% in Tears of the Kingdom. You know, it's like, oh, I gotta go run around and run my route to like farm dragon parts and like do my like fast travel routing to like pick up all these different like components and stuff that I want to buy, or that I need for recipes or armor upgrades or whatever, you know. I'm gonna save in the same slot. Yes, I have had Enchanted Arms recommended to me a couple of times by some trusted sources. It is like loosely on my radar. I just when I bought the 360 and the games that I bought, I had a specific amount of money that I could spend. And it wasn't enough to get that game and a couple other ones that I was like mildly interested in. So it just came down to like, okay, I have to get the ones that I'm most interested in order until I like run out of the allotted money that I've set aside for this. So I would like to get it at some point. But I guess I haven't been like fully sold on it as like a game that I like really need to play and that I need to like bump up in my mental queue. So, if you're super passionate about that game and you want to try to sell me on it, by all means, feel free to attempt to influence me. Man, these guys are tough. But they don't do a lot of damage. Thank goodness for that. I'm going to try to steal from you, because I'll definitely kill it this turn anyways. I feel like stealing must have a lower probability from the back row. Three SP from that guy, though. That's pretty great. Be interesting to try the field barrier spell on them on the field to see what the SP yield is like. Because it seemed like it was roughly half with other encounters. I really wish there was a way I could fully look at this map. Oh, he's got a jellyfish with him. And it's in back, which is not good. So this is going to paralyze somebody. Okay, really glad that it's Kluk. Oh, but paralyzed didn't land. Even better. Try stealing from you. Oh, nice. Mega Medicine's a great grab. It's a super weird one to sell. You don't know how to explain it since it's really fun. Quirky characters, quirky enemies, they're also unique from each other. Okay. Yeah, I need to look it up again. I don't remember anything that I learned about it. It's always a delicate dance, too, because, like, I want to limit how much I know about a game before I play it as much as possible, but I have to know a certain amount before I'm interested in playing it. And that amount can vary from game to game. So it's a very delicate dance. But it's also pretty easy for me to, like, forget stuff. So if I did learn more than I wanted to know, I wouldn't have to wait very long, most likely, to refresh that. Alright, Maro's coming up. Maro. Oh, Automod grabbed butthole. Fun to try at least once. Not everyone's type of game. Combat style is... Oh, it's like the South Park game. Interesting. Except it came way before that. Have to use skills that can only go a certain way. Interesting. A generalist heart. What is that? Oh, whoa. Okay. This is huge. That's right. I forgot that we got these. We got these black and white ones way earlier on. It increases your rank of a specific class by 1. And this is definitely a great thing for us to hang on to for as long as we possibly can, because every rank up is farther away than the previous one. So ideally, we would save these for the very last rank up. That's the most time-consuming, expensive one, you know. Obviously, we could use it in a pinch. Here's another blue chest. Can't wait to find out how we get these. The enemies in here are easy enough where it's probably worth me doing every encounter to see if that does it, because we really need some data on that. It could just be a thing where, like, you get an item or a spell later on that allows you to dispel those barriers and you just have to revisit other areas. This game makes it very easy to revisit previous areas. It looks like there's not going to be anything that we can't revisit, much like Xenosaga, which is great. So if that's all it is, I'm fine with waiting. I just would like to know. Because obviously if I can get those items, I would prefer to get them now than doing a big roundup for them later. Because I'm not going to remember where they all were and that sort of thing. Alright, these guys are not as scary as I initially thought. They're more powerful than the other enemies in here, but not by much. Nice counter. I actually haven't played the second South Park game. I really liked the first one a lot. Mechanically, it was like the very straightforward kind of thing. And just, like, you know, really funny, snappy writing. I don't know how much I would enjoy it now. I might not enjoy it as much as I did in, like, 2013 or whatever it was when I played the first one. But I had a blast with it the first time I played it. I thought that was 33 damage for a second. That scared me a little bit. You're recommending that I write down about those chests? Yeah, I might do that once I figure out how they work. It's early enough in the game where I can kind of, like, loosely remember where most of them are. But obviously that wouldn't work for the entire game. And also, like, there's been, like, at least one in pretty much every area that we've went to. So even if I didn't remember, like, the exact room that it was in, the only one that would be super annoying to go back for right now would be the hospital, just because it's so large. Not being able to open my full map is also kind of a bummer. Oh, you used a guide to find them all? Yeah, I won't be doing anything like that. I have no intentions or illusions of like wanting to 100% this game or anything. Certainly, you know, leave the door open if that desire were to present itself, but unlikely. I don't usually go for 100%ing RPGs unless I'm just like completely obsessed with it, or the game gives you like a really, really good tool set to track and find things and kind of like lets you know what's out there, you know, which is pretty rare. I'm pretty spoiled and have pretty high standards for that sort of thing. I want all three. There we go. Loose 100%? Yeah, sometimes I'll kind of carve out my own 100%. I've done that for a couple of games. Like, oh, I'm going to get all of this thing because I like getting them, but I'm not going to do these other things, you know? I've done lots of stuff like that before. I think that's cool. Like, oh, I maxed out my characters, but I didn't get all the ultimate weapons. Or, oh, I got all the ultimate weapons, but I'm not going to max out my characters. Or, oh, I don't feel like doing this bonus dungeon because it seems like a slog, but I did everything else. I've done stuff like that a lot. Evasion rate up. They're slow enough where it might be worth going for a mow down, but I don't know. Probably not. Just take the one hit. KO. And then they should be able to tag team this guy between the two of them. Yeah, 69, nice. Surprisingly fast for a disc-based RPG. It's pretty nice. Grouping the battles together into one, even though they play like separate battles, is very smartly done. I like it a lot. Okay, that is a palette swap of the cutlass fish, and it looks pretty scary. Hello. You just kind of sitting there? It's kind of funny. Just looking at me. I'm out of matcha. Doop, 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 doop. Nice counter. Not enough to kill, though. Wonder why Shu got such a slow roll here. Alright, what do you got, Pooh Snake? A weak 1 damage whack. Get out of here. Yeah, not being able to open this map is making this area quite disorienting. He just wanted to hit us, yeah. Oh, this is a big mob. Biggest mob we've ever seen. Okay, let's do this. And then you can whack this one. You can whack this one. And then mow down should take out the front row. Nice. And these guys can't do anything. They're just here. They're just along for the ride. Yeah, the only area we've been to so far that we can't currently revisit is that first kind of playable screen on the ancient ruins. There were a couple things there that we couldn't get. There's pretty strong implications that we'll go back there at some point, so I'm not super worried about it. But if we can't go back to that particular area of the ancient ruins, then it's whatever. Is this something? No. You're probably guarding something. Yeah, the poo snakes are like the slimes of this game. It is very fun and wholesome. There's another one over here. Alright, let me heal. Before we, Oh, I always get drawn to that menu option because it is the word that I'm thinking of, but it's not what I'm wanting to do. There. Alright, let's see what you got. It can't be that bad, right? Broadsword fish. Hopefully it's by itself. Okay, it's by itself. Oh my god, it has really high defense. I wonder if it's, like, weak to a particular type of magic. Let's do this. Probably should have done that on Kluk's turn, but whatever. Weak against hermit crab type monsters. Oh, they want us to do like a monster fight on the map. Well, we haven't even figured out how to do that yet. It seems like it would be weak to like electricity, if anything, which we don't have. So I don't know. Try to steal from it. Might have something cool. Yeah, like, the mini-map is helpful, but, like, I'm glad that the mini-map is there, but you should be able to expand it into a full map. Ooh, that's pretty strong. This thing is very strong. Kluk's probably going to do, like, 1 damage, so I'm just going to steal. Keep our... Oh yeah, does this hit everybody? No, it doesn't. Okay, so the description was misleading. It's only for 1 person. If this thing has like 200 health, we're going to be here for a long time. Because the cutlass fish has about 200, and this thing is presumably like a smarter version of it. So, I don't know. I don't know about this. Alright, we got something. Hate this attack. That's just way too much. We need a crit or something. I guess I could try Shine. Maybe we could stun it. And maybe it just has low magic defense in general, and I should just try something. Wind is probably pretty safe and neutral, so we'll try that. Okay, well, that's twice as much damage. That's something. Let me just hit it with a spell. Let's see how ground does. Maybe water is weak against ground in this game. Shine missed. Okay, that sucks. 153. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Okay, so this thing is just a physical wall that you gotta hit with. Let's try this. Let's see how much this heals. Oh, that's a lot. Wow. That's great. For a free heal. It's kind of busted. When in doubt, blind it. 10 is fine. Okay, I want to try a different spell to see if it's maybe weak against ground. Let's try wind. There could be a big difference in damage just because it's a level 1 spell versus level 2 as well. I don't really know how that works. You can meditate also. $100. Okay, that's still really good. So there could be a difference between the levels or just the elemental affinity. All right, you can attack. Hey, we got him. Nice. We haven't used Shadow yet, no. I haven't used it on anything yet. I haven't used Shine on anything yet either. Alright, there's Black Magic level 2 for Kluk. I think we want to switch her to something else. I think we said we were going to go to support. So let's do that. Black Magic level 2, Regenerate MP, and Steel is all we need right now. We got to remember to put this Negotiate on whenever we're shopping. It's going to be just like Paper Mario, actually. Everybody else is fine for now. Cool. Alright, let's keep exploring. Oh, hello. Shoo, it's a transformation box. What are we supposed to do with it? If you put an item in there, a different one will come out. Seriously? That's amazing. Let's try it out. Oh, okay. What item do you put in? Medicine, Shadow Crystal, Light Crystal. Okay. Well, we have a lot of all three of these items. I'm assuming it's going to, like, upgrade it to the next thing. We don't know what an upgraded version of a Shadow Crystal or a Light Crystal would be. So I kind of want to put in a medicine to see if it spits out a Mega Medicine, because that would inform me very clearly what this thing does. Okay, it transformed into a Mega Medicine. Okay, so it kind of just upgrades your item. There could be some RNG associated with that, but I like that it limits you to a certain pool of items that you can put in. Let me go back this way. Yeah, this is a very confusing map because everything looks the same. And you can't get a sense of where you're at just based on the mini-map. This is the first part. I recognize this shape on the mini-map. At this point, I'm just going back to the entrance to save. Since we haven't saved in a little bit. I'm going to save in the same slot again. Okay. Now that treasure chest had the same design as the one that was behind the barrier, but I don't think it was the same one. I think that was in a totally different location. But we're going to check that. Okay, this is where the other guy was. And this was a dead end. Yeah, here's the blue one. Okay, so yeah, not the same thing. So I don't know. I don't think that every chest that has that design is going to be the transformation box. Some of the ones we opened very early on in the ancient ruins looked like that, and they were just regular treasure chests. And then this was the transformation box. Yeah, okay. So I kind of am developing a sense of direction in here. It's just a lot more difficult with only the minimap. Alright, up here... At least we have some new landmarks. This is a much more recognizable area. We got another one of you. And then we can go this way. Okay. Got it. Alright, let's go this way first. Yeah, I love games like Dark Cloud or Star Ocean 3 where you can overlay the minimap over the whole screen. You can do that in .hack. You can do it in Dragon Quest VIII. It's a fantastic feature. Let me see if Ground Sword does a lot of damage to this thing. Wind Sword didn't do a whole lot. Okay, Ground Sword does the same amount of damage. Let's try Shine again. Oh wait, what does this do again? Set a trap for one target in the front. Let's... Wait, why am I casting this on myself? That seems really dumb. I guess the trap is if the enemy targets that character, maybe? Okay, we'll try that after we find out what Shine does. Miss. Okay, I don't know what's going on there. You can just do a small attack, I suppose. Okay, and then you are going to focus on ground. Nice. Uh-oh. Oh, that's scary. All those 9s. Nice counter. That was a lot of damage. It feels almost not worth it to do these regular attacks, but I guess it does add up. We'll try out Shadow. Whoa, that moves fast. Tee. Cool, 140 damage. Little inky from below. Kind of spooky. Alright, these guys are definitely not that scary. They're just kind of annoying. They're here to waste my MP. That attack really does suck, though. Okay, he should die to one more ground. Oh, missed the sweet spot by just a little bit there. Heal yourself. I love the way that you can strategically shift around the turn order. Oh, that heal's not going to go off. I wonder if we... I'm assuming it doesn't spend the MP until it actually gets to that character. But it's possible you lose it. Okay, this one's locked. Oh, it's going to tutorialize. Yay. It won't open. Look at this fish mark next to the keyhole. A fish mark next to the keyhole. Okay, so maybe this is like a Dark Cloud type of situation. Speaking of Dark Cloud, where like a certain random enemy is holding the key and we need to defeat them. Yo, Zion, how's it going? How are you today? What's going on? Hello there. Jump right out at me, why don't you? we got 2 of these guys. And the jellyfish broskies in the back. Not good. Please don't paralyze me. Okay, good. We're going to focus on 1. Get them out of here as quickly as we can. Nice counterattack. I'm actually going to have her attack. Okay, this guy's definitely dead. You need to heal yourself. Zion, do you play RPGs at all? I don't really know what kind of games you like. This kind of sucks, but we're gonna attack. Okay, don't paralyze me, please. A lot of people say that? Okay. Nice counter. Maybe this takes him out? No, not quite. Alright, well, this will do it. We'll backhand. Get out of here. Alright, and these things have, like, no health. So. You do play RPGs. Okay. Oh, man. Really? You're gonna make me waste a Phoenix Talon? Alright. We have so many different types of items, and we're not really using them at all. I need to... remember that I have them at my disposal as options. You do play RPGs, but you're not a big turn-based girly. Okay, so what does that mean for you then, Zion? Like, are you serious they killed her again? That is so lame. Okay, well, I need to bring her back immediately because Maro will end the battle. I only have 2 of these left. That's really annoying. Does that mean that you like action RPGs, or does that mean you like Western RPGs? Like Elder Scrolls type stuff? Are you a Dark Souls as an RPG type of person? What am I doing with this turn here? I guess I'll just attack. Okay. Action RPGs, Western RPGs. Got it. Got it. Now, is that like your favorite genre, or is that just like amongst the types of games that you like? I'm guessing if you're just saying I do play RPGs, it's probably not your favorite. Oh, Kingdom Hearts 2 is your favorite game ever. Okay, interesting. Alright, let's heal. That was a really dumb fight that wasted a bunch of resources that I didn't want to waste. Maybe we'll find a warp place in here and we can pop out and buy some consumables before we fight a boss. That would be nice. So that should tell me... What should that tell me? Kingdom Hearts 2 being your favorite game tells me a lot, actually. That's extremely revealing. Completely possessed. Oh no. Wait, what is that orange number? Or like pink. I don't know why I said orange. These guys are super weak. Not super worried about them. I don't think... Yeah, she doesn't take damage from that. Okay. So yeah, your taste in games is eclectic. Totally fair. Skill plus 3 for Jiro. Absolutely cracked. Let's put that on immediately over skill plus 2. Oh, it just upgrades itself. Oh, interesting. Okay, well that makes sense, I guess, because then you would be able to equip skill +3 and skill +2. Your taste in games is trash 70% of the time. Fair enough. Resisting the urge to say that explains Kingdom Hearts 2. Which is very difficult for me as a I don't necessarily dislike Kingdom Hearts as a franchise. I actually really like the first Kingdom Hearts game a lot. But I have a tough time with... I have a really tough time with people who are super, super into Kingdom Hearts. I really don't get it. I think the games have like a great vibe. But when people try to tell me that they're like this masterstroke of art that has like a narrative that makes any kind of sense, I kind of can't follow them on that path. I really don't like the style of storytelling in Kingdom Hearts. It's just like a bunch of like buzzwords and vibes-based stuff that's really not like grounded in anything. Okay, perfect. I wanted these two, but not the other guy. It got dumb after that? Okay, so that's your cutoff point. Got it. I'm sure it's different for a lot of people where that cutoff point is. Like, I see it more of a thing like the Zelda timeline, where like, if you really want to be a super fan and try to connect everything together, there's kind of like a way that you can, but it's not like a big part of it. It's more about just like enjoying each individual game. But for some people, that reductive take is not allowed. And it's like, no, you will acknowledge this media franchise as a grand work that has a cohesive, overarching narrative that reasonably connects everything together. And like, I do not agree. I mean, I haven't played all the games, so I can only say so much. I've only played the first game. I played like the first 15 minutes of the second game when it came out, and I was like, Sora isn't in this. And I returned it to not GameStop, Blockbuster, to date myself. Okay, let's see here. Do I need to top off MP before I fight this guy? I think I'm okay. Luckily, Kluk has the regenerative thing, which is doing a lot of heavy lifting here, since pretty much the only way to kill this thing is magic. Heartless light, friendship. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Zine. Thank you for understanding. Yo, Pops, coming out of nowhere with the massive channel point flex. Vagrant Story will be added to the next RPG poll whenever we finish Blue Dragon. That's exciting. Actually, not the first time that Vagrant Story has been on a poll. I believe someone else has added Vagrant Story to a poll via channel points in the past. But I'll have to double check my... I'll have to check my records to see. I know he's in the second game, Zine, but I didn't, you know, I made the 12-year-old snap judgment call, and I was just like, what is this? Who are all these people? I'm out. Where's my guy? I did not have the patience to see it through that I would have for something like that today. I was 12. Oh, nice critical 16 damage. Let's see. I do need to heal here. Maybe I'll give myself regenerate, and we'll see how that does. $25K points so I can play Kingdom Hearts 2. I think Kingdom Hearts is on the ban list, actually, Zion. I forget if I wrote them on there or not, but I'm pretty sure Kingdom Hearts is on the ban list. Because I don't... Like, I'm kind of curious to play through the games. I technically own the full... collection. I have the story so far, physically. So I have access to all the, like, you know, most accessible versions of the games. But I don't want to deal with the discourse streaming the games. There's I don't know if you know this, Zine. I don't know if you've ever streamed Kingdom Hearts. But there is like a very specific like fandom for Kingdom Hearts streams where like a big drove of people will show up to watch people play through the series for the first time, and they have a lot of expectations about how they expect people to react to specific things in the games and enjoy them. And if you kind of like don't adhere to those expectations, you know, they won't hang out in your streams, and they might have something to say about it. And I don't want to be anywhere near any of that, because it would be even worse than Final Fantasy X-2. I would be making fun of the game and coming at it with some really hot takes and probably not being super nice to it. And I do not want to deal with those people that wouldn't like me doing that. So if I ever play through the rest of the Kingdom Hearts series, it'll probably be off stream. But yeah, I have a ban list of games. You laugh, Pops, but I have a ban list of games in my collection that are basically, we talked about this just a little bit ago. It's basically a collection of games that I wouldn't want to stream for one reason or another. Some of them are because the game has adult content, and I consider my stream loosely family friendly, even though it's not intended for children. But it's intended to be safe for adults who might have children in earshot or in the background. Some games I just want to preserve the experience for myself offline because it's a game that I want to like give my full attention to or vibe with very quietly, and analytically, you know, that kind of stuff. We are getting rocked right now, while I'm explaining stuff. Let me see. I'm worried that a water spell will heal the jellyfish. Let me try this. Okay, that's pretty good damage. Another one of those would kill both of them. I can have Maro do that. We need to get a heal on Jiro right away. You're curious what's on it? It's in that spreadsheet that I linked earlier, Pops, if you still have that link, or if you want to scroll up in chat, or if somebody wants to drop it. Or it's in the panels too. If you're on desktop, you can scroll down to it. Okay, cool. That will make this a lot easier. Now we need to get Kluk back up. I'm glad Maro didn't die to that. Yeah, there's not a ton of games on there. I mean, most of the games that I own, I've either already played or I want to stream. But there are a few, like, for specific reasons. And I always, like, kind of reserve veto power. Like, if somebody brings up a specific game, and I think about it, and I'm like, oh, you know what? I don't want to stream that game. You know, I might add it to the ban list because I hadn't considered it before. But I think pretty much everything that's on there is what I want to be on there. This is my last Phoenix Talon. So if we don't find a warp spot, we're definitely going to have to backtrack out of here manually to restock that particular item before we finish this dungeon. Oh, I saw your joke, Zine. I forgot to say something. You blame Paper Mario and its anti-black streamer propaganda. You missed it, actually, on Tuesday, Zine. There was a scary moment. The last time we played Paper Mario, we took care of the green streamer, which is being framed as the last one. And there was a point where these, like, shadow creatures came out and started attacking us, and they're like hands, and they kind of coiled up like cobra snakes or whatever. but they are made of like dark gray strips of paper. And I was like, please don't call it a black streamer. Please don't call it a black streamer. Please don't call it a black streamer. And they didn't, but it was a funny moment. Let's see. What do I want to do here? Well, okay, no, I know I can say black, but they weren't actually black. They were actually dark gray. I wasn't trying to avoid saying black. You won't cancel me today. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much for giving me the pass today. So happy to avoid cancellation for one more day. I think we're about to get hit with an ad, so I'm going to step away for a couple minutes here and run this. And I'll try to get back on a swivel here. Thank y'all for being here. I'll be right back.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go! This game's winner is Fox.
Another one for Fox. Big surprise. Am I right? Thank you, Paper Mario, for not putting Austin in a controversial spot. You know, it's funny you say that, Pops, because it actually did. At the very beginning of the game, when I found the fast travel area, I was like, oh, cool, the color of the pipes in the fast travel area all correspond with the different colors of the streamers that are attached to Peach's castle that we're gonna have to defeat. And then I noticed that the last pipe, because they're all numbered as well, I noticed that the last pipe was black. And I was like, oh no. Oh no. Is this game going to, like, unwittingly say the phrase black streamer and not realize how bad of an idea that is? And I was like, my mind was racing, and I was like, you know, there's potential for some, like, really, really bad situations to come out of this, but there's also, like, some, like, funny jokes that could come out of this, but they're extremely difficult to navigate, especially as a white streamer. And I got Zine in a tizzy because I told her, hey, I need some help. I was like, I need some help, like, finding the right way to say why and how this is funny. But I didn't want to tell her what the context was until I had the game open. So I, like, refused to tell her in Discord because I was too concerned with being, like, misunderstood. And her just being like, because we don't know each other super well. Zine and I don't know each other super well. We've only interacted in Twitch chat and on Discords. And I was like, I don't want her to get the wrong impression of me based on this. So I want to be very cautious. And I know that if I have the game in front of me where I can, like, visually show Zine what I'm talking about, she'll understand why it's funny, and she can help me distill what's funny about this situation. But her mind started running, and she was like, what is this gonna be? But we finally had it out. The stars finally aligned, and I got to show Zine what was funny and concerning and potentially problematic in Paper Mario Origami King. And it's all good now. But yeah, during those 2 weeks, she was like, "You're racist. I don't know about you. What is this gonna be? I'm not showing up to your stream so you can, you know, say something disparaging to me." Yeah, and rightfully so, you know. Such is your prerogative. So I was just like, oh god, what have I done? What have I gotten myself into? All right, we need to get out of this fight so that we can go shopping. That will not be the last time that I say that sentence in my life. What am I thinking here? I need Kluk to cast magic, and I need to make sure that Kluk doesn't die. So I'm wondering if I should just use, like, a medicine on her, because I probably have a pretty good stack of them. I have more mega medicines than medicines. That's kind of silly. We haven't bought items in a really long time, because in the early game we were finding lots of them. But we have not been finding as many of them as before. I also just realized, just this second, that I haven't been, like, I haven't searched any, like, nooks and crannies in this dungeon for items. So we might be missing out on a bunch of free items. Okay, cool, he's dead. Thank goodness. Yo, Raised, welcome in. How are you? That's a very cute emote. Thank you for sharing. Hope you're doing well today. I will gladly take the 3 SP, though. Oh, what's happening? Oh, it spawned a chest. Okay. So that might mean that we have cleared every encounter in here. That's the fish-shaped key. Okay. Wow, neat. The key's shaped like a fish. This key might open a treasure chest somewhere in these caverns. Okay, so this is an interesting precedent to set. It was not that bad. You were just like, why won't he just tell me what it is? I was just so concerned with being misunderstood, Zine. Please understand. If we had more rapport and I knew you better, I probably would have just tried to explain it to you. What's up, Dante? Welcome in. How are you? Oh, just more me having weird things in my auto mod list, like the smile emoji. That's supposed to be completely innocuous. Shoo, maybe we could use that key we found. Use the fish-shaped key. Hexagonal crystal. Wow, look at that sparkle. Mara wanna see too! It's a perfect hexagonal shape. I've never seen such a well-formed crystal. Maybe we could use it for something. Well, gosh, I sure hope so. Wait, what? Huh? Okay. The heck was that? Just a random piece of scenery? Oh, it's okay, Dante. I don't expect everybody to remember all the random stuff that I have on my auto mod list that triggers me that nobody else cares about. Well, a lot of people don't like kappa emojis, so I don't feel super self-conscious about having kappa emojis blocked. But the smile emoji is a pretty odd one, probably from most people's perspective. But it has kind of like the same vibes as a kappa emote, where it's often used nefariously. Like the classic use of the smile emoji nefariously is when like the streamer is like failing to understand something in the video game, or they're like missing something, or they're like asking a question that they don't want chat to answer. And so the chat is just like, smile, 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 just to like further make the streamer feel self-conscious about not understanding the thing that they're not understanding. I don't like that. And, you know, it's not something that like has happened here, and I have created the blocked term as a scar of past experiences. It's just something that I've seen happen in other streams that I don't want to ever happen here, because I would get really heated about it. So I have preemptively blocked it. Same thing with the kappas too. Like, they have not been super misused in my stream, just a lot of other people's. And I find it really scummy, and I don't like it. And it ruins it for all the people who innocuously use those emojis as they are intended. But it is what it is. I'm going to save in slot 5 again. Yeah, exactly. I don't want a backhanded compliment. Like, if we have good rapport and you're a regular here and I like die to a boss for the 3rd time and you want to say you're doing great, sweetie, like, that's funny. I like that. I'm into it. Like, I'm fine being bullied a little bit. It just has to be earned. Preventing the feeling rather than having to conflict with it. Yeah, I'm not trying to like create a safe space or anything like that. Like, I'm not afraid to engage. Oh god, we are able to search like all these little protrusions. Okay, we need to go back to the entrance and mash the A button for a little bit here. You can search everything in this game, which is really cool, but a little bit overwhelming. And I don't know why it didn't click with me. Probably just because my brain hadn't fully booted up when we got in here. But I'm going to need to search all these little protrusions, barnacles, to get a bunch of like free items and money. You can find like repositories of skill points and experience points by doing this. It's very cool. When I do Maru's voice, I need to scream until my lungs give out. I absolutely will not do that. Someone coming in first time and acting like they're your best buddy, even if they are nice, kind of rubs you the wrong way. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that has to be earned as well. And some people will just go along with it. Because they're like, oh, well, they might turn out to be a regular viewer, and I don't want to turn them away. Which I think is a valid response, but not my style. I'm more the type to just immediately call that out. And some people will be like, whoa, this guy's a dick. But I'm just kind of a straight shooter in that way. I think more people need to, like, coach people's, it needs to be more normalized for us to coach each other's social skills in real time. Like, we would all be better for it, I think. But also, in the context of something like a Twitch stream, if I can just, like, block a term so I don't have to have the same kind of conversation with a bunch of people over and over and over, I'm just going to do that. Oh no, I got stinky. Yo, what's up, Space? How you doing? Do you think I've earned a Carnby believes in you? Of course. Ooh, HP recovery. Nice. This is actually very satisfying to do after having cleared out all the encounters. I don't have to worry about looking around. More HP. Are these searchable? No. The thing that makes this super manageable is that, one, you can visually see in a very obvious way the different things that you can examine. There's 10 experience points. We'll get that tomorrow. And then also, you can't re-examine things that you've already examined. See, like, I wasn't sure if I'd done these already, but I've already examined them. So it won't let me examine them again, which is incredible. Like, it would be so normal for a video game to just allow you to get nothing, over and over and over after you've gotten the thing that's in there. And you would have to just kind of have a mental map of what you've examined and what you haven't. So the fact that you literally can't examine it a second time is so incredible. So like these, I didn't know I already examined those, but I did. And I don't have to wonder. Something I'm spraying out, the smell is gone. Wow, something cleaned me up. Thank you for Carnby, Space. Yeah, we're in a place called Undersea Caverns, Dante. I'd really love to find some Phoenix Talons, but I don't know if we've found very many of those at all throughout this playthrough. Oh no, a bug bit me. I love the variety of these interactions, too. You'd be a terrible streamer because you can get uncomfortable from strangers. I think that's very common, actually, Raised. At first, like, my first, like, year or two on Twitch, like, as a budding streamer and viewer, it surprised me how many people whose streams I went in self-identified as, like, socially awkward, you know, introverted, not a people person, like all these different types of things. Whereas at the beginning and early on, or like before I knew the person, I would be like, how could this be? You know, like, why would you be doing this? How could you even manage to be doing this if that's how you feel? Ooh, 5 SP. I'm gonna give this to... I'm gonna give this to Maro. But, ooh, max HP plus 25%. Very nice. But the more time went along, it made more sense for that to be a common thing amongst streamers. And I think that... dang, 50 points of experience. That sort of, you know, introverted, shy, socially awkward those types of things go very hand in hand with wanting to like preemptively avoid certain types of situations where you would have like a blocked terms list, and you know, you might have a strong opinion or strong feelings about a certain subject, but you don't really want to engage with random chatters about it, and so it's better to just kind of like avoid it. Some people might think that that's like not a valid way to act, or they might think it's like cowardly or underhanded or something, but I think it's perfectly fine. Your stream is your space, and you get to decide what you want it to be like. There are no rules. No one can go into someone else's stream and that demand that they do or do not do a certain thing, or do or do not do a certain thing a certain way. That's a one-way street. The streamer can say that to you as the visitor. You can't say that to the streamer. If you don't like what a certain streamer does, you should just leave. There are literally millions of people on this website that you can watch. So wasting your time telling someone, well, it would be nice if you did this instead, or if you didn't do this, or if you did this a little bit differently. Obviously, there's some room for that, but as like a first-time chatter, don't even waste your time. And I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir with most of you here. There was a stream who made answers to their most common questions. Oh, that's fun. I would bet so much money that that was a woman streamer. For probably obvious reasons. And whenever someone asked, they would just press the button to play a clip of them answering. That's awesome. I love that so much. And that goes back to the thing I said about, like, normalizing coaching people's social skills in real time. Like, if somebody asks, like, a really insensitive, ignorant question, it should be okay to, like, patronize and rib them a little bit with your answer. So that they know, like, oh, yeah, maybe I should have thought about that a little bit more. Or maybe I should have worded that a little bit differently. Or maybe I should have just hung out for a little bit longer and I probably would have found out the answer. You know, stuff like that. This dungeon here is by far the best in the game with the music. This is a really good song. A lot of this music reminds me a lot of actually Dragon Quest music. And not Final Fantasy music. Like Nobuo wanted to do a little bit of Sugiyama. It's very good. You were also just as surprised. Maybe it's easier behind a camera. Yeah, it totally is. Like when you think about it, you know, somebody can stream to, you know, 80 or 100 people, or maybe even like thousands of people, and only feel a certain type of, you know, a certain level of like stress or anxiety about that, you know, that number on their screen. Or maybe they don't even stream with their viewer count on. A lot of people don't stream with their viewer count on, and they don't even know how many people are in the stream. They can only just guesstimate based on how active the chat is. Some people might turn their viewer count off because it gives them anxiety. But if you tried to do the same thing in front of a crowd of people that was the same size in real life, it's totally an entirely different thing. Like, even if they were all just sitting there not doing anything and couldn't, like, interact with you directly, it would be totally different for a lot of those people. Whereas me, I come from a performance background. So to me, this feels the same as that. I'm used to being in front of an audience. Like, I can get up on a stage in front of hundreds of people and talk to them like it's no big deal. It's something I've done for a very long time. And I'm not trying to, like, brag about that or anything. It's just something that I developed because it was literally something that I wanted to do. So that's what led me to not kind of readily understand that there could be non-performer type people streaming. Like, my kind of insulated, uninformed assumption was that, like, oh, everybody that's here is, like, you know, performer-minded or pick-me, you know, like, people who want to be perceived are streaming naturally. You know, that was kind of my foolish assumption when I first started getting to know people on here. Let me catch up on chat. Y'all are saying some nice stuff. You don't stream, so you can't say, but I imagine it's kind of like going into a cold pool. At first it might give you the shivers, but soon you match it with your body temp and feel warm. That's not a terrible analogy, Dante. You tried streaming a while back, playing Dead by Daylight. Within the first 4 hours, you had a group of 12-year-old kids come into chat, flaming and harassing you. Oh my god. Yikes. Yeah, that's like the nightmare, Rexy. I'm sorry that happened to you. Yeah, and if you don't have some kind of, like, experience where, like, you've been in other chats and seen, like, not good things happen and how the streamer reacted, it's really hard to prepare yourself for, like, how you would react in that situation. Like, you might very clearly be able to think in hindsight how you would react to such a situation, like, immediately after it happens, but while it's happening is totally different. And if you hadn't really considered that something like that would happen, it can be very difficult to navigate. And that goes back to me, like, oh, this is probably where I put my hexagonal jewel. Check it out. It's got a hexagon-shaped mouth. Doesn't really look like a hexagon. Let's try putting that hexagon-shaped crystal into it. So was this required? This is required. Okay, this is really interesting that we had to do this. I'm guessing only that specific enemy had the key and we didn't have to kill every enemy in here, but maybe we did. As a first-time chatter, I like to start with, can I ask you a question? Oh my god, Zine. In case anyone read Zine's message there and thought that it was sincere, please know that you should never, ever, ever say that. That is like one of the worst things that you could ever say as a first-time chatter. That is like a universally agreed upon thing across the board amongst pretty much every streamer that I've ever talked to or met or listened to, that they like fear and loathe and despise that question if it ever comes up. And usually it's like, yeah, it's either like an insta ban or like a rehearsed response followed by an insta ban kind of question. Especially for woman streamers. Because obviously they have to have their guard up more than masculine presenting streamers. Oh, the music changed. That's a little spooky. I saw the little checkpoint thing pop up. Maybe we're getting close to a boss? The water does look nice. Social anxiety is afraid of me. Yo, that's a pretty spicy take. I like that. This sounds like Final Fantasy music. You stop the stream and turn off your PC. Oh, man, that's rough. Yeah, it's hard when you have a really small stream to... Oh, just, okay, a level 3 scroll. Just in a chest. That's pretty huge. So we might want to switch Kluk back to Black Mage. Let me take a look here. She's at rank 12. How far would we have to go to get access to that? 16. Whew, that's a long way away. I don't think it's worth going for right now. Jiro processed to taunt you by saying it's a hexagon again. Streaming is hard. A lot of people think it's just clicking the go live button. Yeah. Yeah, and like the way in which streaming is difficult is so specific unto itself and not really translatable to anything else. So it's hard to like explain or understand without experiencing it. Like it would be very unsurprising if someone tried to explain to someone the like unseen, unspoken challenges of streaming to someone in a way that was succinct and sensible, but for the person listening to very readily and quickly dismiss what they're saying as like unlikely or not believable, or just think like, oh well, that doesn't sound that hard. Did we just loop around? This is the hexagon over here? Okay, got it. You love hitting people with, can I ask you a personal question? And then say a regular question like, personally, how do you make your eggs? I think the right streamer would find that very funny. But most people, you might not even make it to the punchline because they're just going to think that you're serious. Like, opening up with, can I ask you a personal question is crazy. You are playing with fire. Oh, cutscene. Okay, this is probably a boss arena. I'm a little nervous. Oh god, it's ugly. Okay, this is not good. Jiro's really low on MP. We're otherwise mostly prepared. Yo, Chris! Chris streaming while the sun is up? What's going on? Chris, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the rock zone. Get your horns up for this boss theme. How we doing today? What were you streaming? Folks, go follow Chris. I don't know if Chris streams regularly. Chris, feel free to tell us about your stream schedule if you have one. I feel like I very rarely catch you online and that it's more of an intermittent treat. Chris is a longtime community member of B's stream, like myself. That's where I know Chris from primarily. But he streams too. What were you getting into today? What were you working on? We're streaming Blue Dragon. This is our first playthrough for me. I'm a big fan of the Gooch, aka Hironobu Sakaguchi, the creator of Final Fantasy. I love the old ones. The first 9 Final Fantasies are very important to me. And I want to play more of the Mistwalker series games that he went on to make after he left Square. I've only played the last story for Mistwalker up to this point, so this is only my second Mistwalker game. But this is the first Mistwalker game. This was the first game that the creator of Final Fantasy made after leaving Final Fantasy, so I'm sure there was a lot of very pointed criticism and heavily discerning eyes on this game when it came out. I am really enjoying it so far. This game speaks to a lot of my personal preferences and is really solidifying for me that the Gooch is the GOAT that I assess him to be. You stream randomly. Okay, I'm glad I was right about that. I would have felt really bad if you were like, no, actually I stream every Wednesday night. Where the heck have you been? Normally it should be Monday, Wednesday, Friday around 8:30 or 9, but you're on vacay, so you streamed early today. Okay, cool. Speedrunning Parasite Eve. Nice. Very cool. A lot of people playing PE this holiday season, as one might expect. I'm going to try to get started on this boss fight here. This is our third boss fight. So far, the other two bosses that we fought so far all had a gimmick, and I'm expecting this boss is probably going to have a gimmick too. So we have 4 different targets here of these Hydrattler heads. Now, if we know anything about Hydras from, like, creature lore, it's that you have to kill all the heads at once, otherwise they will regenerate. So this may be a thing where we have to, like, do equal modicum of damage to each one and then try to do, like, an AoE finishing blow. Or it could be a thing where we just have to kill the last 2 together. Something like that. I do want to use the creature compendium on it, but I don't want to do it with Maru's turn. I'll probably do it with Jiro's turn. So let me... hold on a second. Sorry, I heard a weird sound, and I was pretty sure I knew what it was, but I had to make sure that it was. You were counting the bosses, and you were like, I would swear there was one on the drill machine. Oh, and you were thinking of the Maru fight that's, like, not really a fight? Yeah. That makes sense. Okay. So I want to use a Mega Medicine, or, sorry, a Magical Medicine on Jiro. Because he's really low on MP. I don't want to attack this thing right away. Can I hit all of them with mow down? Okay, I can. That's great. I think that's a great opener. I'll go ahead and do that. So that hits them all for pretty much equal damage. I'm going to have Jiro use the Creature Compendium on it. It's weird that I have to pick a head, but I'm assuming I'll get the same data no matter what. Fundamentals of spellcasting. Charging up before casting Cure Poison cures everyone. Okay, that's a weird tip to give. I guess this thing's going to try to poison me, and that's why they're telling me that. Yep. Okay. So we just got AoE poisoned. Let's see if ground magic hits all 4 heads for equal damage. Presumably it should. The snake is touching the ground. Excellent damage. So the easy route through this fight might just be only use AoE. Oh, but we're counterattacking. Okay, that's a problem. It's like a Final Fantasy Tactics type situation where you don't want to counter sometimes. So I'm going to wait until Jiro's turn to use Cure Poison. I think that's fine. We're going to continue to use Mow Down with Shu. I'm not sure what to do with Maro. So head B is the one that got countered. So maybe I should just have Maro do like a rotation around the 4 heads to try to keep them all even. That's a little bit dangerous. Alright, Cure Poison. Oh, but he can't charge it. Oh, it's after this. Okay. I have to choose a single target, but if I charge it up, it'll hit everybody. So I could probably do the same thing with Regenerate. Hopefully Glare doesn't poison or paralyze. Oh, it caused panic. I forgot what that does. All right, there goes the poison. That's excellent. Shu is stinky. And also panicked. I need to look at what panic does really quick. We are playing this on 360 hardware, in case anybody's wondering. I like to play everything on hardware just because I like interacting with machines and physical media. And I also just like the idea of the game being on a completely separate machine from my computer. Just helps me understand, like, the signal flow of the stream. Here we go. Panic. Target involuntarily performs random actions for a period of time, but returns to normal when hit with damage. Oh, so it's the same as confusion. Okay. Panic is confusion. The stinky shoe. Yeah, that's funny. Okay, mow down. Motown. Okay, so you're going to attack letter C now. Okay, that missed because she's already confused. Or panicked. Okay, so attack power while panicked is greatly reduced. That's good. Now we need you to attack letter D. So now they're all even again. Oh, that wasn't reduced. Okay, that's a little scary. Oh, you cast Quicka on Shu. Well, that's not the worst thing in the world. Please don't kill Kluk. Oh, she killed Jiro. Okay, this is really bad because we don't have any way to revive people. We were gonna warp back to town and buy more Phoenix Talons, and I didn't do it. So, we're in a very bad situation here. Which also means Jiro won't get experience from this fight, which really blows. I really hate that. Okay, I need to heal Kluk first and foremost. Let's go ahead and mow down here. And then you're going to use another item. You're going to heal Shu. Now, Shu and Maro can heal themselves for free, which is nice. Oh god! We finally get to see what a Kellalon is. That's... I don't know what that is. It's not a frog, but it seems to function like frog. This is a disaster. So I can only attack or defend. Oh, I can use items too. Okay, I'm pretty sure I have an item that gets rid of this. So I should probably just do that. Or no, wait, we don't have an item that gets rid of this. That's right. We do have this, though. We do have an item that increases our critical hit. This probably isn't the best time to use that because I'm probably only going to be able to attack one head at a time. But we also... Our character who can remove this status is dead, and I don't have a way to bring him back. So, we may just have to go all in on the Kellalon strategy. So, let's just do it. Look at him. He's got a spear and a leaf head. What is he? Little planty boy. Alright, we're going to go for another earth spell here, because that's big damage. We need to try to get out of this fight. You can just heal yourself. Defeated! Oh my god, it's dead. Wow, okay. Whew! That was a messy fight. So Shu is now, or Jiro is now behind, unfortunately. He misses out on 7 SP and 248 experience points, which really sucks. But I'll deal with those consequences rather than redo the fight. I do need to go back to town, though, like, immediately. So. Let me open up these chests. Cure all. Is that for status or for health? Or actually, we got a free revive on Jiro, so let me change my plan slightly. How'd you like to press your luck in sudden death? Because we might be at the end of this dungeon and we might get kicked out onto the world map again somewhere else, which I would be interested to see. Ah, I was right. Okay, we're on the Island of the Dead. I'm surprised there's not a warp spot in that dungeon. Is this a town? This looks like a town. Okay, we might have a little stopover town here where we can stock up instead of warping back to Lago Village. Oh, this is another sheep tribe camp. Cool. You never got fear put onto any of your characters, or at least if you did, nothing happened since you beat the boss. Oh, here's a warp spot. Nice. Super interesting for you to see this boss fight on someone else since you powered through it way too easily because you power farmed. Yeah, there are some games where I enjoy power leveling, but especially for stream games, like, I like upping the challenge factor. Because I feel like most RPGs are easy rather than hard. And it's more fun to kind of, like, play through the game at the pace of the game and only sidetrack for, like, quests and treasure rather than just running around in a circle and farming and getting super, super powerful. Like, sometimes I enjoy trivializing an RPG, but typically not. Wow, I thought it was just junk, but you got it to work. Impressive. We of the sheep tribe are like rootless grass. We roam wherever the wind takes us. Is there such a thing as rootless grass? Sounds like dead grass. A grand ruby. Oh, there's a save point here too. Go ahead and drop a save. This will be in a new slot. This will be slot 1. And we will call this Forest Sheep Camp after Undersea Caverns boss. All right. So I'm assuming... Oh, no, I don't want to save again. Thought I was examining the cart. There we go. I'm assuming we're going to be able to restock on items here and get some new stuff. Obviously, we're going to loot everything that we can loot. Here's an accessory shop. Do you know how to hit yourself in battle? The Y button changes your target. When you're in a panic, being hit by an ally will return you to normal. What a strange thing to say. Okay, so silver is still presenting itself as, like, the best equipment available. That's actually kind of nice. I wouldn't mind if the equipment scaling slowed down a little bit. It was a little wild at the beginning there. Have you ever wanted to know your status in the middle of a fight? Try pressing the LB or RB. Oh, okay. That's actually useful. Oh, we have all skills available. Or spells. That's actually nice, too. Hi, horsey. That is a very tall horse. It's the first time we've seen a horse in this game. It looks strangely standard. I came to gather medicinal herbs to cure my love's illness. Would you deliver these herbs for me next time you're in the wilderness camp? Oh, nice, a little side quest. A heaving herb? I guess like throwing up? I've got to stay here and gather more of the medicinal herbs. But I really want to be with him right now. Okay, in case I forget, I'm going to write this down. Take heaving herb to sheep tribe husband in the wilderness camp. So yeah, these sheep tribes are, I guess, nomadic. This is the second camp of theirs that we've seen. Alright, regular items. We gotta buy some Phoenix Talons. I'm gonna buy 10. Pretty happy with the rest of these item totals. Leave those alone for now. In the Forest of the Dead, there are trees that you can get items from. They're dreadful, but worth getting. Try going near the trees. Something good may fall from them. I also like how the sheep tribe folks are always just giving you, like, tips. Not every character does that in this game. Fighting an opponent requires strategy. If you charge up your power, you can attack with strength. On the other hand, it's also useful to do multiple non-charged attacks. Now I have to go chase him. What? Using water on fire makes fire weaker, but adding fire to fire makes it burn even more. My passion for her is the same, you see. Water should douse a burning beast. But don't pour any water on the flames of our passion. Okay. I thought about this a while. I was watching that couple. Even if he stays with that one girl, if 2 more girls were after him, he could have 3 girlfriends at the same time. I think he'd be really happy. It might be a good tactic. What is going on here? Who thinks like that? You go out of your way to get all the best gear as well? Yeah, it depends on the game for me. I also think with, like, how many items we pick up in this game, I think there's a lot of things that I get that I don't realize that I've gotten. The forest has become even more dangerous since the violet clouds appeared. I wonder if the forest's giant trees have weakened. They're horrible. Alright, so everybody hates those trees. We understand that part. Metals. We still don't know what metals are for. I could see the metals being related to the barrier chests also. I really want to learn how those work. Here's the inn. Yes, we want to stay. You gotta go walk your dog. It's almost midnight. All right, Rexy. That sounds good. Have a good walkies. Thanks for hanging out with us. Let's talk to these folks in the center here. These are the last ones to speak with. Ancient moths swarm near hidden treasures. Once they're defeated, you might get a treasure. Oh, that's a really good tip, actually. I never would have suspected that. Did you come to pick up the gabo leaf? That's a shame. The gabo leaf in the Forest of the Dead is withering and dead. I said dead twice there. Maybe that's the thing that we're looking for and I don't realize it. Wolves love bones. Better mix some bony ones together. What? Bony ones? Some bony what? Some bony whats? The Forest of the Dead is haunted by souls of those who've died of despair and betrayal. That includes King Kufel, who ruled the area with wisdom and mercy over 500 years ago. Now he wanders the dark forest as the King Ghost. Okay, that could be our boss. The Forest of the Dead is very dangerous. If I had my way, I wouldn't live there. I wouldn't live here. But I have to gather rare medicinal plants, so I faced the danger. Oh my god, I'm stuck. Okay. And there's no way out of this camp the other direction, right? Yeah, okay. So I think what I'll probably do now is warp to the other camp to try to find the person to give this medicine to. Since I can kind of just do that for free. I totally forgot that I can just warp at any time. So we can just warp to the wilderness camp here, and we'll be able to warp right back here. But we didn't find a warp key in the undersea caverns. But I guess being able to warp here allows you to get there pretty quickly. So we're looking for a guy, a sick guy. Where might we find a sick husband? Oh, you look kind of sick. It's really hard not being with the one you love, you know. Oh, I remember this line. She went to the Forest of the Dead to pick medicinal herbs for me. The medicinal herb? What? She did this for me? Thanks. Oh, I want to see her right away. If it's possible, would you tell her I love her? Wait, he's still coughing. Okay. Yeah, here's another blue chest that I have no idea how to get. Nope, not start. Back to the forest camp. Smashy, welcome in. The bot's still broken, I'm sorry. It's nice. I played it. I'm sorry, I have to say no. There you go. There's my impersonation. You'll still get your points back for that, but... all the redeems yesterday that didn't go through have been refunded. And the same will happen today and every day that I stream until the bot is fixed. I was hoping I might have it fixed for today, but the tech support people haven't gotten back to me with any new ideas. This is... yeah, we really need that right now, don't we? We really need Mark. Okay, where's the lady that gave me the medicine? I don't remember. Is it you? Oh, you were able to meet him. Thank you so much for delivering the herbs. And you brought me his message that he loves me. I can't be with him, but I still feel so happy. If you go again, would you give him these herbs for me? Oh, I have to go again. Oh, how many times am I going to have to go back and forth here? I mean, gladly. It's not putting me out too much, but... I am full of eel. Incredible chat message, Kiki. Congrats on being full of eel. I am full of tea. Oh wait, I just warped to the place I was already at. You had eel for dinner. Nice. I assumed that's what you meant. There wasn't really any other way that I could reasonably interpret that. Hey, sick guy, would you like some more herbs? More herbs? Thank you. Would you tell her I've gotten a little better? Thank you for... please? And thank you for 6 months, Smashy. Thank you for the prime. Would you like a spin of the wheel for your resub? On this fine Friday evening? Okay, back to the forest camp. She better not give me a third round of herbs. You would. All right, we will spin the wheel for you. It will be our first spin of the day. We are already over halfway to unlocking another Sunday sub-goal bonus stream where the lady joins me for some point and click. We have one coming up on the 11th. And maybe we'll have 2 in a row. Time to unlock Despot. Oh my god, she just keeps giving me herbs. How long is this going to take? How many trips are we going to have to make here? Oh, I did it again. I warped to the same place I'm already in. We're about to get hit with an ad. So let me very quickly let her rip on the wheel. We'll switch over to the roaming mic. And we'll swap cameras. Swap mics. And let's see what we got here. Unfortunately, unlocking Despot is not possible since we haven't unlocked pink wedges yet today. But maybe we can do so later on. What'll it be? There it is, pretty close, but we've landed on Game Roast. My bot links aren't working, so I'll try to find it for you, Smashy. But you can pick a game out of the backlog for me to roast, so long as it's not something I've roasted before. Normally, you could just type !roast into the chat, but that's not going to work today since the bot is broken. So let me grab it for you real quick. I'll grab you the roast list. Let's see. Oh, and now we're in the ad. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll get you that roast list during the ad break.
Free for all. 3, 2, 1, go! one. Time up. This game's winner is Fox.
All right, I'm back. Thank you for waiting. I posted the roast link in chat. Fox wins round number 11, closing out the matchup at our classic score of 9-2. So what started out as a somewhat interesting matchup has ended in a very predictable way that we might have expected. So there you have it. Fox still indomitable, still undefeated. But Mario's still looking really good in 4th place. Still has some opportunities to improve his score too. He's still got a face off against Captain Falcon and Yoshi. Captain Falcon's ranked 2, so that might not go well. That'll be interesting to see. Yoshi, pretty comfortably down in the bottom 3. Or sorry, he's actually not in the bottom 3. He's in 9th place. So Mario should look pretty good against Yoshi, but we'll see, I suppose. So it's going to be time to reset our fighter cards here, actually. Because for the next 11 ad breaks, we're going to have a different matchup. Reset our scores back to 0. In the red corner, selected by Draconics, we're going to have Kirby. And in the blue corner, selected by no one, because Kirby only has one matchup left, we are going to have Luigi. This will be an interesting one because Kirby is pretty bad so far throughout this whole exercise. If there was no Jigglypuff, Kirby would be very comfortably in last place. But because of Jigglypuff, Kirby is in 11th place. Pretty decently far behind DK in 10th place, and by a similar metric behind Yoshi in 9th place. Luigi is in 8th place, just above Yoshi. Luigi and Yoshi actually have the same average score, but Yoshi has participated in one more matchup than Luigi has, so Luigi actually looks a little bit better with that average, based on the way that the calculations are done. So Yoshi has a higher total score, but because Luigi has the same average with a lower total score, it actually ranks him above Yoshi. So we'll find out. Kirby versus Luigi for the next 11 ad breaks. If you want to choose who fights after Kirby and Luigi, you can pick a character with 1,000 channel points. I will remind you who is available. You can choose Donkey Kong, Captain Falcon, Yoshi, and Samus. Donkey Kong, Captain Falcon, Yoshi, and Samus. And then I'll let you know who the potential opponents are. That list is games that have already been roasted, Smashy, so you can't pick anything that's on that list. You can pick any game in my collection that is not on that list, if that makes sense. For me to roast. And no rush. You said Star Fox 64 a second ago. Are you wanting me to roast Star Fox 64? Surely we've roasted Star Fox 64 before. Have we not? Donkey Kong 64 is on there, not Star Fox. Oh yeah, Star Fox 64 is on there. Okay. So yeah, I can't roast that one. It's already been roasted before. But any other game that is in the backlog that is not there, that is not on that document. Okay, let's get back to the game. Oh, the wheel is still on the screen. Get that out of here. There we go. Okay, we've gone back and forth multiple times with these star-crossed lovers in the sheep tribe camps. Herb after herb. And we're just going to do this until we don't get any more interactions. And I'm going to try to not warp to the wrong place. I need to finish this tea. It's 6 o'clock. Oh, this is a good sign. I'm completely recovered now. Thank you so much. I'm planning to set out tomorrow to go and see her. If you want, we can go together. I was gonna say, like, can't other people warp too? Oh, you're gonna say Smash Bros. 64. Interesting. Okay. Okay, so he should be here now. Let's go talk to her again. Yep, there they are. That's a good choice, Smashy. We're finally together. Oh, I love you. Thank you so much. This is a small token of thanks. Please take it. That is a small token of thanks. Wow. A mega medicine? Me too. I love you. It's all because of you. Oh, thank you. Please accept this. Earth bracelet. That sounds like a better reward. And that actually dovetails very nicely because I wanted to look at our equipment next. We haven't messed with our equipment in a little bit. Okay, so the bracelet is for arms. Adds earth damage to physical attacks. I lose a little bit of magic defense, but I gain some HP in addition to more attack power and then the earth element. This is an interesting one because once this is on, I can't remove the earth element on my attacks, which could result in me, like, you know, healing certain enemies or doing less damage to certain enemies if they resist it. So that's a little bit scary. Water necklace has water resistant powers. Well, that would have been fantastic for the previous dungeon. I don't know how long I've had this. Before Rexy left, Rexy was like, yeah, I would have put that on right away. And I didn't even notice that I picked this up. This is a really good item though. Physical defense up and magic defense up. Physical by quite a bit. There might be a character that I want that to have on more. Still don't know what goes in this special slot. So let's see. 88, 62, 67, 35. Really, really low magic defense on Jiro. It also might be time to move Jiro to the back row. He's a pretty effective physical attacker, though. So, I don't know. We're just not really using him as such at the moment. Oh, Kluk's defenses are even worse. We should probably give her the water necklace. Smashy, please. Okay, we can definitely put this on. Oh, we have a water earring as well. Wait. Okay, I didn't notice that. Okay, so we probably want to put the water earring on someone different than whoever we put the water necklace on to try to increase the water resistance across the board. So let's just do that to our two weakest characters, which are going to be Jiro and Kluk. So let's see. Water necklace is 60-15, and water earring is 1070. Okay, this is better for Jiro because his magic defense is lower than his physical. So we'll do the opposite for Kluk. She'll take the water necklace. There we go. Decided. Easy. And then she needs this silver earring because that's better than copper. And she doesn't have a silver bracelet. You know, actually, this might not be a bad play. We don't physically attack with Kluk, so we wouldn't have to worry about enemies absorbing or resisting Earth as much. Or if they did, it'd be a smaller number than the other characters. Less consequential. She wouldn't benefit from the huge attack boost, but she would benefit from the HP. So I don't know, that's probably a pretty low value use of this. How many attack points would Shu get? Pretty good amount. 103. It's just a huge jump for her. Yeah, it's kind of like solving one problem to create another, because it would boost her attack to a point where she might be more viable as an attacker. So that might be another reason to give her this. It's closing the gap. Or we give it to Jiro to keep him from getting relegated to the back row. But if he becomes more robust as a support mage and a white mage, he's going to get relegated. He's going to be using, you know, buff spells every turn and end up in the back row. But I like the idea of having two back row characters and two front row characters. That sounds great. Like fighter, white, black. Classic Final Fantasy 1 build. Classic Final Fantasy 1 build. Probably like the easiest build spread to recommend for a first timer RPG player, or a first timer Final Fantasy player, first time Final Fantasy 1 player. Like, that's such a strong, easy build to get through the game with. Not that it's a particularly hard game with any build, I don't think, unless you're doing something really intentionally silly. What do I want to do here? Let's give the Earth Bracelet to... Let's give it to Morrow. And then Kluk can take the silver as a hand-me-down. I really like that there's a graphic for all of these, too. I like the style of them. And then I'm going to move Jiro into the back row. So we need Jiro to learn level 2 white magic. Because now we have seen Kellalon. Is it rank 11 or rank 12 for that? Oh, it's rank 9. He already has it. He was just dead. That's why we couldn't get rid of it. That's right. Okay, he's currently rank 11 as a generalist. Does he get something at 12? No, he got something at 11. He won't get anything for a while. So we should switch him off to either white or barrier. Double items sounds very enticing. That sounds incredibly useful. I doubt whatever barrier magic's next milestone is going to be better than that. Magic fence. Adjusts magic defense to be the same as the barrier magic? What does that mean? Some of these descriptions have been very misleading. Like, some of them sound very straightforward, but then we go and use it, and it's like, oh, actually, it's not that. It's different. Okay, well, we'll find out what that is someday. We're gonna go white magic here. And he has every skill that he can have. I'm very anxious to see if Shu, Jiro, and Kluk all get another class unlock at level 15. That's kind of the precedent set. Okay, we completed our side quest. We restocked on Phoenix Talons. I think we're ready to go scope out the map here. Let me save one more time before we do that. Very relieved to see that we're caught up still on equipment and spells, and I don't have to spend a bunch of money. We've been pretty low on money the whole time. We're going to save in slot 2 here. And we'll call this Forest Camp. Post Side quest. Pre-explore. And it's time for a new page. Did you bring the page? Have you found the page? Hurry, bring the page. Let's do a game roast for Smashy. If you've never been here for one of those, this is a fun little segment where we go back into the backlog and pull a game down off the shelf and say how we feel about it. Sometimes we're nice to the game, and sometimes we're mean to the game. Always important to keep in mind that when we're being mean to a game on a game roast, that it's done tongue-in-cheek. All these games behind me, I love and care about for some reason or another, and either have played or want to play, and I like them all for some reason, or I wouldn't own them. So if you're really a big fan of a game that gets roasted on here, you know, embrace the tongue-in-cheekness. We don't actually hate these games. It's just an exercise in humility and acknowledging that no game is perfect, and just in the name of some cheeky fun. So let me get the game capture off the screen here, and we'll kick in some lobby music. And let's go back here to the wall. And we're going to put 3 minutes on the clock so that I can tell you all the reasons why I think Super Smash Bros. For the Nintendo 64 sucks. The first thing about this game that is really not so great is I guess just how kind of like almost frustratingly simple it is upon a revisit. Like, when this game came out, there was nothing to compare it to. But now, when you have all these other Smash games, it's definitely the least approachable. I think for some people, it's approachable because they played N64 or they played this as a kid, and the new ones are too complicated for them. But in general, knowing nothing about someone's pedigree, this one is kind of hard to recommend to people. The movement is very like sluggish and stiff. if you're emulating this game and not playing it on an N64, the stick is going to do weird things just like it would in any emulated N64 game. And this is a game where that's especially problematic, like it would be in SM64 or OOT. And if you have this idea in your mind of how Smash Bros. Works because you've played some of the newer games, the arsenal of movements in this game is going to seem incredibly bare bones. It basically feels like you can only do one or two things. Another thing that really sucks about this game is the imbalance of like attack priority. The newer games, despite having way more characters, are actually better at balancing the ability to, you know, quote unquote, be good with anyone, which is something that you'll hear get thrown around a lot in Smash culture. But in this game, there's a lot of like really, really exploitable things where if someone tells you about it or you discover it on your own, there's a lot of things that are kind of uncounterable, like certain characters, certain moves, in certain placements and situations where they're just going to always succeed for you. And if you're playing against somebody that knows that, it's going to be very unfun, and there's not a whole lot you're going to be able to do about it. And some of the characters are strange to use and only good if you know about some really obscure things that might not even be intended. And throwing in general is just so strangely overpowered. The single player mode of the game is also incredibly one note and repetitive despite its creativity. That's the best I can do. It's really hard to criticize this game. I love this game so much. I've talked about this many times before, how the original Smash Bros. For 64 has such a special vibe and energy that I really, really like. That none of the other Smash games have. There's something about the fact that it is the first of its kind and it's not derivative of anything, that it just has so much like personality and uniqueness about it because it wasn't trying to adhere to anything. It wasn't trying to elaborate on or evolve anything. It was just the first of its kind. And it's just very like unabashed in the way that it does a lot of things. You know, like break the targets and board the platforms, race to the finish, the soundtrack, the sound design, the weird, like, asynchronous nature of the stages and the way that classic mode like feels is all just like so unlike anything. And it comes together in this like weird stew of vibes and fun. I love Smash 64 a lot. You got a free little mini gush there with the roast because I had to just be nice to it. Because it's such a special game to me. Thank you for that roast selection, Smashy. Sorry that the commands aren't working today and things are a little bit slower and more cumbersome. Hopefully over the weekend I can get it fixed. Maybe Monday before stream on Tuesday I can get it fixed. If I don't hear from tech support over the weekend, I'll probably just take matters into my own hands and delete everything and reinstall, and hopefully that fixes the issue, and if I have to rebuild everything from scratch, then I do it. Because I kind of just want my bot back, you know? At this point, doing 2 streams without it kind of already doesn't feel like it's worth saving my settings. Like, there's a lot of stuff in there that would suck to rebuild, but it really wouldn't take that long. I could do it in a day. So I would just have to remember everything that's in there, because I can't open it to, like, remind myself. There's no way I can look at all the commands and stuff that I have without actually opening it. All right, we're going to explore the map a little bit here. So we know that we need to go to the Forest of the Dead. That's our main objective right now. We are now on the Island of the Dead, which we traveled through the undersea caverns to reach. Let's see if we can find some new enemies on the world map. Is this just immediately another landmark right here? Oh, it is. Okay. Is this the Forest of the Dead? It sure is. It's looking pretty spooky in here. Pretty purple and miasmic. Is that a word? Miasmic? I feel like the word miasma was, or miasma, however you prefer, was really, really overused in, like, the early 2000s for some reason. Oh, I just walked back out. Alright, well, while we're out here, I want to... Are there even any encounters out here? Yeah, what was it with miasma in the turn of the millennium? What happened there? Like, I've always pretty much exclusively associated the word miasma with Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles, just because that's where I first encountered it, and it's not in a lot of other media that I consumed around that time. So I kind of, like, associate that with its progenesis, but it's definitely not its origin point. It's just where it sits in my brain. Who wants to come over and play Crystal Chronicles? I have everything that we need to play local multiplayer 4-player Crystal Chronicles. All I'm missing is the 3 other people. I have 4 Game Boys, 4 cables.
How are we supposed to find the plant here?
Stop complaining. Come on.
I'm not complaining. I'm definitely gonna find it for you, Maru. And Chiro's not gonna beat me to it.
Why are we not a team?
Why does Shu have to always go and turn everything into some big contest?
Okay, thank you for saying the same thing I was thinking, Kluke. Alright, we're in a new area that looks like a dungeon. Your MP recovers slightly, but your HP falls a bit. Well, that kind of sucks, because we had full of both. Fled? Oh, these are running away from me. Interesting. I wonder if they're like a high yield encounter that I want to chase down, or if they're just weak. Let's fight one. Scavenger Wolf Ghost. Utilizing Crisis in a few forms of media also. Around the same time, Smashy, or like right now? That one doesn't jump out to me as much. Okay, you die in one hit. Do you run away from me also? Look at this little skeleton. Get a preemptive on him. This guy looks more formidable. Very Stalfos coated. Yeah, 8 damage is pretty normal. Yeah, he's got more than 90 HP. But he doesn't have more than 180. Oh, I love his death animation. That was so funny. Around the same time. Interesting. I must not have internalized those media or must not have consumed them. Okay, those all seem to do the same thing. Alright, well this guy's not scared of me. You totally would, Kiki? It would be so cool. I've always wanted to get the ultimate setup for OG Crystal Chronicles, but I'll probably never get it. That would involve finding 4 identical or very similar CRTs. And then you also need 5 GameCubes. And all 5 of them, or actually, yeah, all 5 of them need to have GBA player attachments as well. But you don't need 5 of the GBA player discs. But just the 5 GBA players would be a lot. It wouldn't be as expensive as the 5 CRTs, though. But that's the dream setup. The dream setup is 4 small CRTs and then 1 big CRT, 5 GameCubes. You have a CRT you could bring. Nice. But yeah, basically, if you set it up right, you can, you know, normally when you play Crystal Chronicles multiplayer, you have to use the GBA as a controller. And then there's actually like HUD type data on the GBA screen for like what spells you have active and like your stats. And when you're shopping, you shop on the GBA screen so that everybody can shop at the same time. Things like that. If you set it up right, you can actually have a GameCube with the GBA player act as the GBA, and then you can play the game with a GameCube controller and then see the GameCube or the Game Boy screen data on the small CRT. So you'd have like the 4 CRTs like in a row and then the main CRT above them. Like, you know, like 4 like little 8-inch PVMs would be like the perfect thing. And then you could put a big CRT on top of them, either directly or on some kind of rack. Yeah, it's a GameCube game. It's a GameCube game, but you have to plug the GBA into the controller ports of the GameCube and use the GBA as the controller when you play multiplayer. But the way to circumvent that is to use another GameCube as the GBA and then plug a GameCube controller into that GameCube. So you have 4 GameCubes acting as Game Boy Advances, and then plug the Game Boy Advance cable into that GBA player, and then that goes into the 5th GameCube that has Crystal Chronicles in it. And so everybody has a GameCube controller and their little CRT screen that has the Game Boy screen data on it. And then you're all playing the game together on the big screen that the 5th GameCube with Crystal Chronicles in it is hooked up to. It's more complicated to explain than it is to see in action. It's a very cool setup. I saw it on a YouTube video like 15 years ago, and I was like, I need this to happen someday. I want this so bad. And it seemed pretty unattainable at the time, and it's exponentially more unobtainable now. The giant Sony CRT that was almost lost in Japan. I mean, I think the big CRT would be fine if it was like my CRT would be fine. Mine's a 24-inch. 24 or 27 are pretty much the biggest consumer models that were made for the most part. Oh, what is that? It's got an item in it. We picked up an item that I mashed through really fast. And I want to see if I can see what it is. Just do a quick scan here for something that I don't recognize. This max HP by 10 we should probably use. That's going to be lower and lower value over time. I should probably give this to Kluke, because I think she has the lowest HP. Yeah, by a long shot. Could give it to Jiro because it's worse for Jiro to die than Kluke. Because pretty soon Jiro will be able to bring people back to life. We'll hang on to it for a little bit longer. I don't know what we picked up. Hmm. Zero escapes. %20 of warp devices activated already. Barriers removed 0. I like that those are tracked though. It's nice. Magic monster. Okay. Spell record. Ah, this is what I was looking for yesterday and I couldn't find. Okay, this is where we can kind of see the spell tree or list for our characters. This doesn't show me like my per character list though. I think that exists somewhere as well, but I haven't been able to find it. All right. Boo doo da doo dee da da boo doo. Okay. This is not where we came in. This is also not where we came in. So that means that this is where I came in. Yeah. Okay, so we can go to the right and we can go forward. Let's try this way first. It would be fun to play Crystal Chronicles on a giant CRT, though. Wouldn't have anything against that. You examined the growing red plant. Oh, finally, we got a different interaction. Persistence paid off. Thorn branch. It's interesting that these guys run away from us. Iridescent Cyclone. What a name. Okay, while you're doing sword tricks, I'm gonna attack you. Oh, we got 2 of them this time. Their pelvises look really funny. Mow down should kill the one on the right. Or actually, we don't know that, but it's good data. Okay. So they have more than 100, most likely, but less than 180. So yeah, somewhere in the realm of 120, 150. Okay, we're getting closer to level 15. Okay, there's that interaction again. There's not as many things to examine here. They said to examine the trees, but we haven't been able to examine the trees. So I don't know what's going on with that. Maybe these are the trees they were talking about? Can I get all 3 of these? Yeah. Moth time. That sheep tribe lady said that the moths gather around hidden treasures, which is a very cool tip. Okay, Jiro's not asleep. Excellent. Shu is asleep. Not excellent. These things are really weak, though. Nice. Slap. Slap. Oh, healing plus. Oh, HP restored and increased. Hello. That's new. So maybe, I guess there's like an increased value of the bonuses as you go deeper into the number of waves. That's pretty cool. I like that. She was still asleep. Support magic level 2, yay! Let's take a look at what's next for support magic. Oh, there we go, we spawned a chest. We might want to switch away from support mage at this point. Wait, we just hit rank 7? Yeah. Yeah, so we're pretty far from level 3, and we also haven't gotten any of those scrolls yet, so... maybe we'll switch her back to Black Mage? Let's see what we're looking at here. Oop, wrong button. We've got Black at 12 and Assassin at 11. Let's see here. Oh, okay, I understand something from earlier. This magic fence ability on barrier magic that says, adjusts magic defense to be the same as the barrier magic. That means that you will get the boost to the inherent magic defense stat of a barrier mage while being in a different class. It's just worded really silly. But the assassin has the same one. Adjusts agility to be the same as an assassin. So that sounds a lot more sensible and makes sense. I don't really care about that, though. I mean, speed is gold. But I think making some progress towards Black Magic level 3 is probably better. Because we actually do have a level 3 scroll now. And the other two probably aren't far behind. So, at least until we unlock Generalist for Kluk, probably just lean into Black Magic. But I do want to give her support magic. We don't need to negotiate right now, so that's perfect. Jiro's fine. Actually, what is Jiro working on right now? Let's go right back into it. Double item would be nice. We're a ways away from that. Otherwise, what's Barrier Mage working up to? Magic Fence. Yeah, he's best staying with white. I don't think he's going anywhere. Gives your character the overall general nature of a generalist. Where is that chest? There it is. Death Earring. Wow, what a name. Let's see what that does. Prevents instant KO. Okay, that's fantastic. Plus stat boosts. It increases MP a lot, which is really great. This would be a great thing to give one of our spellcasters. I think I'm going to give it to Kluk. Cool. That's a good reward. Okay, I am turned around again. Turned around again. Alright, that's the way I came from. So we've got 4 paths now? 3 paths? Oh, apparently I've been this way? I have been this way. Huh. Okay. Hold on. So... this is a new path. No, it's not. Okay, it's just a loop. I see. Okay, so there's two new paths. This is a fork that immediately converges. So we need to try out these two paths here. Your MP recovers, but you smell terrible. Oh, they're really, really sighty. Oh, they have guns. What the... Okay, I can't get to them because of these chests. That's interesting. This is also the first time we've seen an enemy that can damage you on the overworld, or outside of a battle. That's kind of interesting. A little bit different than a damage tile. Oh, can I get you both? Oh, you're lunging. He just runs away. You lunged at... you. Let me get this straight. Ghosty fart dog. You lunged at me to get a preemptive strike so that you could run away. Help me understand. Three skeletons. This is a little much. We might want to cast water here with Kluk. Let's see. We got a counter on the left guy, so let's hit you. Let's see what mow down does. You can whack this one. And then water's cheaper than ground. So this ought to do it, I bet. Oh, I was too afraid I was going to go too fast. I could have got more than that. Yo, Dreambound, welcome in. How's it going? Wiped. Just waiting for level 15 to pop. Very anxious. Oh, you're back. Just finished a music listening session. Very nice. Whoa, that's a big guy. Okay, I'm not ready to engage with you yet. You are scary. Big, muscly ghost with a halberd. Naginata or something. Guarding a big tree. What else is around here? Man, listening to music as an entirely unto its own activity is really a lost art. It's really not something that most people think about. I feel like most people think of music as something to accompany you while you do other things. You know, people listen to music while they exercise, while they do chores, while they, you know, drive in the car, and things like that. But I think even people who really, really enjoy music might never think to just sit down and listen to music without doing anything else. To the point where I think it would actually be really difficult for a lot of people to do. Whether it's like an attention span thing, or just like because there's such a strong association with it as something to accompany another activity, it's hard to think of it as an entire activity. But it's like something that I really, really strongly recommend, like critical listens of music. Even if it's music that you're already familiar with and not music that's like brand new to you. Like, you should try it. Like, if there's like an album that you really enjoy and you've listened to it a whole bunch, but you've never listened to it without doing anything else at the same time, try it. Wait, this is no ordinary mist. We better be careful. Okay, I'm assuming this is just going to damage me. But it could also be like a Lost Woods type thing, I guess, where it makes me like void out. Yep, it poisons me. Okay. Holy crap. So poison damage is based on movement. Okay, so we probably have to do something to get rid of this. Because there's no way we can just, like, strong arm our way through there. It doesn't look like there's anywhere else I can go. All the rest of these bridges are sunk. Or wait, was there one over here? No. And then this is the one we originally came up on. Okay, well, we probably need to just fight this guy and see what happens. Don't think I'm going to be able to get the drop on him. Yeah, I agree that actively listening to music feels quite different. Do I remember Assassin's Creed Revelations? There's a song called Iron from the trailer. You've only just recently listened to a lossless version of it. It feels so different. I remember what Assassin's Creed Revelations is because it came out while I was working for GameStop, but I've never played an Assassin's Creed game. Let me see if I can sneak up on this guy. Okay, that might work. I wasn't behind him, but he didn't detect me. This guy's really scary. Okay, he still got to go first. Okay, 15 damage isn't that scary. Nice crit. I'm going to be ballsy and try to steal from him. Oh, we got something. And then I'm going to use the encyclopedia on him. Get ready for a nasty counterattack if you use magic against it. Watch your HP. Oh, so just use physical attacks. Okay. Well, that's good to know. I might have tried something. He's taking good damage from physical, so this will work just fine. Nice counter. He's got a lot of HP. Wait, why did Kluk get HP back for attacking? Okay, well, these guys are super straightforward. Nothing to worry about. We're about to get hit with an ad, so I'm going to go ahead and run that. This will be the last one of the day. We've got to hit level 15 before the end of the stream so I can find out. Can I examine this tree? Ooh, I can. Oh, it's a character. Okay, hold on. We'll come back to this after the ad. You still want to up your audio game at home a bit. Like some upgraded speakers and a subwoofer. Oh, I see. Listening to an entire album in one go is pretty underrated. Not every album suits that, though. Yeah, if you study music history, there's actually a period called album-oriented music, where, like, the industry specifically shifted towards creating albums in such a way that people would want to listen to them all the way through, rather than just focusing on, like, singles. And now it's, you know, shifted back the other way. Like, nobody really cares about albums anymore. As far as, like, how the songs fit together and how they flow from beginning to end, because nobody sits down and just listens to them. Like, I think that there are, like, super fans of specific artists that will listen to the whole album the day that it drops, and maybe they're thinking about stuff like that, but that's pretty much it. You know, or people who listen to, like, niche, you know, jazz or prog rock or something, like, they probably care about that kind of stuff too, but most people don't. Okay, I'm going to run the last ad of the day. I'll be back in about 3 minutes. Thanks for being here, folks.
Free for all! Kirby! Luigi! Three, two, one, go! Three, two, one, time up! This game's winner is Kirby!
All right, Kirby takes round 1 of our new matchup here. And it was not close. So maybe this will be Kirby's time to shine against Luigi. Kirby has not really shined against anyone. He beat Yoshi and he beat Jigglypuff. He has otherwise lost every other matchup he's ever been in. So he could use a moment to shine. Whereas Luigi has won 3 of his matchups. He beat Captain Falcon, which is really cool. And he beat Jigglypuff, of course, because everybody beats Jigglypuff. That's just how this has worked. And Luigi also beat Samus, Interesting that 2 of the 3 characters that Luigi has beaten are ranked above him. Sorless, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you for 3 months. Would you like a wheel spin for that, good sir? We can absolutely do that for you if you'd like. Let's go back over to the game screen. Welcome back, everybody. Did I update the on-screen score? I did not. There you go. 1 for Kirby. All right, we're talking to a tree. The Elder Tree, to be exact. How long has it been since I was robbed of my soul? Hail, traveler. Would you not use that strange and wondrous power of yours to find my soul? Okay, so I guess the sparkly thing is just there to tell us that you can interact with the tree. It's not like an item that I can reach into his tree hole and grab. So I have to use my strange and wondrous power to find this tree's soul. I guess my strange and wondrous power that it's referring to is the shadows? Amazing that Automod just held back the word fart. Come on, Automod. It's really amazing what Automod will grab and what it won't grab. And I don't even have it turned up all the way, so it's not like it should be grabbing, like, really, really innocuous words. But sometimes it's just hard to tell what it's going to do and what it's not. Well, I'm very confused now. It seems like the only way I can go is into this poison cloud. You were thinking of the Elden Tree from Elden Ring. That seems fairly reasonable. Let me try defeating this ghost. Maybe you have to get a preemptive on these things in order to defeat them, because they otherwise run away, and there's something to, like, clearing them out. No, we still didn't get to fight them. Maybe you can't get a preemptive if you're stinky. I think we have... Oh, we didn't go this... Oh, no, we couldn't go this way, because these guys are just shooting at us. And they're blocking off the road with treasure chests. Here, let me make myself not stinky. Deodorant. This might be important to my ability to sneak up on this ghostly dog. Oh, no, that's pretty much the same. Maybe it's just a little bit of RNG and I'll eventually outspeed him. Nope, he just runs away again. You also love listening to MTV Unplugged live performances. Interesting. That's a very specific era of time. There's not that many of those. Those went on for, like, you know, probably less than a decade, if I had to guess. I don't actually know the intricate history, so I could be wrong, but... I mean, the music-forward era of MTV isn't all that long. Yeah, I've seen a couple of those from the bygone eras, and there's some good stuff. That's actually a great addition to our conversation about actively listening to music. I think the one exception where people will, like, find themselves listening to music and not doing anything else is in the context of, like, a video, like a music video or a concert video or going to a concert. And I do think that that's a valid exercise and something that people should do more of, but it's not the same as listening to music without looking at anything. Because the spectacle is such a big aspect of it. And And I'm not trying to say that it detracts from it. It can add a lot to a performance. Live music is one of my favorite things in the world. But sitting down and listening to a produced album without looking at a performance video or a play along or a visualizer or a, you know, whatever it may be, anything, without any like visual companion, it's very different and something that people need to try. So if you were hearing the conversation previously and you were thinking, oh, well, I listen to a lot of albums where I just kind of like, I watch the lyrics video where the words go by in like karaoke style, or I will just like put on the visualizer. I think that's great, but there's definitely something to be said for no visual stimulation whatsoever. It is different. Definitely try it sometime, because the thing where like turning off one or more of your senses, heightening the other ones, is definitely a real thing that we can all experience. And I'm not saying you need to like listen to music in the dark or whatever. Like you can do that, try it, it's fun too. But just removing the visual component, because visual for humans is number one. That's the most like engaging sense. You know, for millions of years, humans have been engaged the most visually. That's why screens exist, and why we like things on screens so much, and how we have found ourselves here. So if you remove that, and you're only listening, the amount of things that you will notice while listening is so much higher. And you might surprise yourself. Maybe you'll just find it really boring. Maybe, you'll struggle with it. If you struggle with attention span, it might be unreasonable or difficult for you, and that's totally valid. But it can be really, really cool. I can't tell you how many records I've listened to hundreds and hundreds of times, or particular songs that I've listened to hundreds and hundreds of times, and I happened to hear them without something else going on, or for the first time in a while, or like a higher quality version, and I noticed something in a song that I've heard hundreds of countless times that I'd never heard before, or it just heard it in a different way, or it struck me in a different way. I don't know where to go right now. I'm very confused. I wonder if this is a thing where, like, we need to report back because we don't have what we need to get through this poison. Because literally the only place I can go is this poison cloud that damages me. And I guess if I stay on top of healing, I could maybe get through it. It looks like it goes on for a ways. I guess let's just try it. Luckily, I don't take damage if I stand still. Ooh, 10 experience points. We were going to give experience to Jiro because he died during that last boss fight, so he needs to catch up. Okay, I think we're out of it. So yeah, I guess this is probably what we're meant to do, is to just kind of force our way through. We haven't found anything that makes us immune to poison yet. That is very expensive. We can do that as an AoE in battle, but not outside of battle. Just laying down and closing your eyes is already so relaxing. Yeah, but see, that can be counterintuitive for some people. Some people use music to fall asleep because music is like just enough distraction for their brain to allow them to like drift off. Which that can make it really difficult for people to listen to music without doing anything else because they'll get sleepy. And it's, you know, it makes it very difficult to see music as an activity when you're that kind of a person that uses music in that way. But also, like, some people can't lay down and close their eyes as an activity because they will get sleepy or they'll fall asleep. There's a lot of barriers associated with this. You like how in master quality or lossless versions you can hear the rawness of some instruments, especially stuff like trumpets, horns, etc. Yeah, that's another thing that's like a lost art that goes very hand in hand with like actively listening to music without doing anything else, is the difference between listening to music in high fidelity versus like common quality. Like most people aren't aware of that. And then the other problem is that a lot of modern music is produced with that in mind. So a lot of people aren't going to go the extra mile to make something sound really, really detailed because they know that most people are going to be listening to it on car stereos, phone speakers, earbuds, etc. So it's like, oh, well, we don't need a Neumann microphone on this trumpet because we're just going to compress it and sample it to hell, and everybody's going to listen to it on a, you know, 192 kbps MP3 on an AirPod. So why are we going to spend $10,000 on the microphone and the preamp that we're going to use when we can just use, you know, a $100 microphone and have it come out pretty much the same at the end of the pipeline? But if you do listen to a really high fidelity recording on a hi-fi setup, it's a world of a difference. Some people can't tell the difference right away, and they have to train their ears to be able to hear it. But that can be a very eye-opening experience that I might similarly liken to something like craft soda versus regular soda. That's a really easy and readily available analogy that I could make. He just runs away. Yeah, it's fun to pick up on those little details. And much like the conversation surrounding like original hardware versus emulation, it's really hard to champion and be a proponent of the high fidelity music experience without coming off sounding like a snob or an elitist, or that you're like disparaging someone else's way of experiencing music as lesser. It's a delicate dance to kind of like make your case and be like, no, like the way that you're experiencing music is perfectly valid, but I encourage you to try this, you know? And it sucks because similar to like the original hardware versus emulation type of thing, you know, you might really want somebody to experience playing a game on a CRT, but you can't just click a button on your computer and have a CRT for free. You know, there's like barriers associated with that. You can't just listen to music in hi-fi with the click of a button. You've got to find somebody that's got a setup, and the cost barriers to create a hi-fi listening experience from zero is incredibly steep. Like, those are massive barriers. And just for somebody to like try that out to see if it's something that they care about is completely unrealistic. So it makes sense that a lot of people are completely oblivious to it or might not be interested in it. You know, you can't walk around with your hi-fi experience in your pocket, so people are gonna probably compromise with something like earbuds and say, it still sounds fine to me, man. You know. But if you do really care about music... Oh, look! The Spirit of the Elder Tree, just in a box! How did it get there? Return me, where is my worldly form? Alright, well, we found what we were looking for. It's funny that was in a chest. Is there anywhere else I can go? Yes, there is. We can't get across this bridge. One of those scary guys over there. Do you guys hear the little guy, like, grunting in the background? You probably can't hear him. Maybe you can. Oh, this is a new enemy. That's a big rat. Ugh. That tail. We did see something like this in an early area. I can't believe it's just called Fat Rat. You don't really have a clue about music since you're not educated on it. But you've noticed a lot of songs aren't really suited for active listening. Yeah, it's a lost art in like a two-way street kind of way. Or it's like in like a supply and demand kind of way, I guess. You know, like the people making the music are very aware that most people don't care about these things, so they're not putting them there for them to discover or find or look for, you know? Because why would they? It can actually be very depressing, depending on how you look at it, especially if you're somebody who creates music. You know, you might want to put a bunch of little details into your music because you're really passionate about it, and then somebody listens to it and they're like, oh, that's cool. What is that? A carnivore. That's a silly name. Oh, they're scary. Ooh. They're prickly. Acid breath. That sounds bad. Defense down. Okay. There's a good chance these are weak against fire. I might try fire. Nice dodge shoe. Oh, we have level 3 fire now. Let me double check and see if fire can be turned into AoE. Because it actually says in the skill list what the charge does. Effect size. I don't know if effect size and range... What's the difference between effect size and range? Maybe range means it can go from the front row to the back row. And then effect size is like splash damage to nearby enemies. I'm going to do level 1. I can already reach the back row with this. Oh, I went too far. Dang it. Your headphones and your DAC were about 250, so not a huge difference to a lot of Bluetooth headphones. The lack of mobility is an issue? Yeah. That's the other thing, too, is, like, people are very lazy and very, what's the word I'm looking for? They're very quick to stick with familiarity. You know, we like things that are familiar. So when someone says, oh, well, all you got to do is just buy a nice pair of cans and a DAC, they're just like, oh, well, I got to learn something. Like, I already like the way my music sounds. Like, how much better could it really be? You know, there's going to be skepticism and disinterest that you're up against. All right, these things aren't that scary. I don't think. And then, yeah, the lack of mobility is obviously going to be an issue for a lot of people. I think people are going to need to inherently already have a certain level of interest in actively listening to music without doing anything else to see the benefit or the potential benefit. Because if they're the type of person that wants to listen to music on the go, they probably aren't interested in actively listening. You know, they use music at the gym and while they're going from one place to another. Eaten alive. Okay, so this probably means they can remove characters from battle. Because he's not dead. His health is still there. Let's try this again. See if we can get an AoE. What is that 15? What is that? What's the pink number mean? We know the green is healing. Spit out. Oh, you can get him back by attacking. Okay, that's kind of cool. Alright, let's see what this flare does. Okay, it didn't make it into an AoE. He ate up Morrow again. I wouldn't think that the pink number would be MP. Theo has some great portable music players. Never heard of that. Give me level 15, please. Oh, a poo. There's a small poo on the ground. That's so awesome. High quality IEMs, yeah. I have some very basic IEMs that are not high quality that I just use for live performance. They're not meant for listening to music necessarily. They wouldn't sound any better than earbuds. Wait, how did I get poisoned? That must have been the effect from that. Do we have an antidote? Yeah, let's use one of these instead of MP. Got a lot of those. You miss the days of getting booklets with games? Yeah, me too. I really like using a companion with a game. Whether it's a manual or a map or something that I've created, like the notebook or, you know, a piece of graph paper or whatever. A strategy guide. That's really fun. I like having a companion, like a physical item companion with a game. I don't like digital manuals. I don't want to go into a menu to read the information. And plus, like, if you're in a battle or some specific state of the game, you might not be able to access the digital manual from anywhere. Shame about not being open to new things. So easy to miss out on interesting things. Oh, we pulled off a monster fight. This is cool. Oh, they just instantly kill the acorns. Very cool. Well, I'm going to focus on them, because the rats are way easier to deal with. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a little reductive to... I guess I'm kind of putting words in your mouth, so forgive me. I think it's too reductive to just be like, oh, nobody's willing to try new things. And that's what's killing the high-fidelity music experience. Like, there's a lot that goes into it beyond just the fact that it's something different and that they're not used to. There's a lot of really valid barriers that are often cost associated, which I know that you recognize. So I'm not directly refuting what you said, but just something I was thinking about as I read that. What instruments do I play? You think you saw a guitar behind me sometime? Yeah, guitar is my main instrument. That's what I went to school for. I play keys. I play bass. I dabble in drums. I sing. So a mix of things. I am turned around. Which one did I come from? Okay. Okay. Might have come from this way. Let's go back this way really quick. Ace Combat Zero had a companion book that had some extra info about the other aces you fight. It was really cool to read through that. Yeah, I like when companion stuff is used for that kind of a purpose too. Like when a creator or developer or whatever it is realizes, okay, we have this extra bit of information, and it's not necessarily a required part of experience to engage with this piece of information, and we are acknowledging that, and we're filtering it such so that people who want to engage with this information can have it, and we've compiled it into something for the people that do want to engage with it, but we've removed it from the core experience for people that don't. For people who just don't care that much. You know, like Ace Combat is a game series that's largely focused on action and doing things, you know. So I think it would be weird to assume that people who play Ace Combat games like reading. You know, that would be a weird assumption to make, right? So some passionate creator having the humility and the presence of mind to be like, hey, I created this extra information. It's really cool. Some other people might think it's really cool. So we're going to put it over here, and you can engage with it if you want to. But we are smart enough to not put a big wall of text in your fighter jet game, in case you are not into this. Okay, I think these are forks that converge. There's a little sign over here. What is this? Oh, that's a chest we've already opened. Okay. I'm super turned around right now. We're back here. How did we get back here? How did that happen? How could that possibly have happened? I mean, we do need to come back here to give the soul back to the tree. I just feel like I'm missing some stuff. Drums being really hard to play. Drums are tough. Like, I have a very natural sense of rhythm and, like, physical coordination. But only a certain amount of that translates to playing drums. And the rest is just something that you have to practice and work at. Oh, that's it! My stolen soul! How can I ever thank you? I would do anything. How about a map? Oh, he's gonna raise all the bridges. Okay. The water level in the poison swamp dropped. Oh, he didn't raise the bridges, he lowered the water. How cool! It pains me to think you retrieved my soul, but I have done so little for you. Is there anything I could assist you with? How about telling us where to find a gobbo plant? A gobbo plant, you say? They grow in great numbers deep within the forest. But how you could possibly get there through this poisonous mist? What a pity. What are we supposed to do then? Oh, what is that thing? The mist is generated by a machine to the north. Maybe you could stop it. Okay, it looks like it has Nene's emblem on it. Return here once the mist clears, and I'll tell you where the gobbo plant grows. Alright. Sounds simple enough. It looks like we can go a couple of different ways against the grain. It's probably worth it to follow the intended path. Like, I could force my way through there and maybe grab some chests ahead of time, but if the fog is going to clear later, I'll just wait. But let's explore off the beaten path. On the paths that are clear. SP goes to Jiro, because he's behind. Double item, there it is. Alright, we really want to hit level 15. Oh, hello there. Thief Ghost. This might be the enemy that tries to steal our stuff. Oh, now I see what they look like. I thought they were like pumpkin heads for a second. Those are turbans. Yep. Did that say Ultra Medicine? I didn't even know I had an Ultra Medicine. Alright, so we might need to put that... oh, they're stealing really good stuff. Yeah, we might need to put that skill on now. I'm gonna scan these guys. Watch some drum playthroughs that looked really impressive. Feels like you can barely walk at times while these guys move every single limb at a different speed. Robs you, strikes you, then runs away. Use magic to overcome its quick evasion. Oh, it has high evasion. Okay, that's really annoying. Yeah, I don't have any aspirations to get to like a super high level. Oh, we get our items back. That's fantastic. Yeah, I don't have any super high aspirations to get to like a really high level with drumming. There's just not enough time left in my life with all the other things that I want to do where I could like really focus in on improving my drumming skills. Like I know what practice level that would require, and I would basically have to give up a bunch of other stuff that I can't or won't give up in order to make that happen. So I'm mostly just looking to achieve like an intermediate level of drumming. Like there's a certain skill level that would be very practical for me to have where I could like record a pattern or some type of drum idea to be able to very easily communicate it to a drummer, you know, like in the context of like an arrangement or a recording session. Instead of trying to like describe it to them with words, you know, or just like rotating around on a jam. Like, oh, my fingertips are kind of tired from playing guitar and bass. I could play drums for a while in the jam room, you know, at the convention or whatever. That would be fun. So if they run away after they steal your thing, you can't get it back. Got it. They don't always steal, but it seems like they mostly steal. But yeah, it's weird. Like, I have a lot of musical knowledge and training in certain things. And I can... Whoa. Oh, that thing is shooting at me. Those guys with the guns over there. Like, I can conceptualize a lot of ideas, and I can hear in my head a complete drum idea very well, and I can, you know, kind of like play it with my hands. I could do complex polyrhythms with my hands. I can do a lot of like different velocities with my hands. But it doesn't just like immediately translate to the drum kit. So I could do a heck of a lot on like an MPC pad or like a trigger pad, because I have good rhythm, I have good timing, and I have good like, you know, memory skills. So I'd be able to remember where the different sounds are and things like that. But on an actual drum kit, it's just a very different thing. Even aside from like the actual 4-limb coordination and like getting your legs involved, there's a lot more to it than just that for making it happen really well. Like, just because I have good timing on guitar, and I have good timing on bass and keys, and I have good timing like playing percussion with my hands, like on like a tabletop or like a hand drum. Like, I have very good timing, but I don't have very good timing on a drum kit. Like, it doesn't just immediately translate. Shooter Ghost. Alright, we're gonna attack these annoying guys. I hope I don't regret this. Shu's health is a little low. Okay, that's not much damage. It's actually less damage than they do on the overworld. So that's good. You really struggle with rhythm and coordination, so playing drums is basically mission impossible. Yeah, I think a lot of skills on drums comes from practice and not natural ability, but if someone doesn't have a natural sense of rhythm and timing, I do think it's going to be extremely difficult to train the other skills on drums. Or like, you could get really good at a lot of things related to drumming, but if you don't have great rhythm and timing, that might not develop naturally alongside the other skills that you work on. Like, you might be able to learn a bunch of patterns and rudiments and different four-limb coordination things and like different types of beats and different types of genres and styles and all that stuff. But whatever like rhythm and timing you walked in the door with might not improve that much. You know, that some of that is a little bit more nested in natural ability. But, you know, don't take my word for it, I guess. But I noticed that a lot in music school. Like, they were mutually exclusive. You know, there were drummers that had a lot of skill and technical ability, but some of them had bad timing. You know, they would rush, or they would pull, or they would drag, or they were just uneven. You're never able to keep time in choir, so you'd probably be horrible at drums. You sang by rote. Interesting. I think you could get away with something like that in a group setting, like a choir. But you'd be immediately exposed if you were like a solo vocalist. You know, singing with like a band and like a bunch of other instrumentalists. But when you get into like conducted settings, some weird things happen where you can actually get by with not perfect timing. It's very dependent on the instrument that you're playing too. Like, some instruments in like I come from a band background, not band like school band, but like rock band, you know, guitar, bass, drums, keyboards, that kind of stuff, where there's a bunch of different instruments in the ensemble and there's one person playing each instrument. Maybe there's 2 guitars, maybe there's 2 keyboards. But, you know, there's like not anywhere to hide like there might be in like a section. So like certain instruments, depending on like the style or whatever, are going to drive the rhythm, and other instruments are going to follow those other instruments that are driving it. So like, for example, in a lot of the musical contexts that I'm in, the drummer and the bassist are driving and the foundation of the overall timing of the music. You know, and those 2 people are going to be referred to as the rhythm section of the band. And if you're a guitarist or a keyboard player and your timing's like not super solid, you might be okay because you're following the drummer and the bassist, and you're kind of over top of them, and they're gluing everything together. So if the keyboardist doesn't have that great of timing and the guitarist doesn't have that great of timing, the whole band might still sound pretty solid if the bassist and the drummer are super tight, and then, you know, instead of the guitarist and the keyboardist following each other and kind of tripping over each other, they're following some people who are really super rock solid, and not all of their hits are right on the grid. But, you know, it kind of like comes out in the wash in a way. It depends on the style of the music and a whole bunch of other sort of things. But whereas if you flipped that, and like the guitarist and the keyboardist had really good timing, and they're trying to follow a drummer and a bassist who don't have good timing, it's going to sound horrible. Like, that foundation is super, super important. Hey, Deej, welcome in. We're talking about musician stuff, and a musician shows up. How are you doing, Deej? You're content with your girlfriend having the musical talent. You'll just stick to being better at games. That works great, Dreambound. Alright, we need to get this skeleton out of the way so we can take care of these shooty ghosts. They're not doing a bunch of damage, but they're kind of annoying. Man, that critical animation is scary. I think I'm dead every time it happens. Alright, you should be dead now. Let's try a mow down on these guys. They don't have that much health, I don't think. Cool. Yeah, I don't think that would have killed otherwise. I think that was the right move. I think that was the right call. I was summoned. Yeah, we summoned Deej. Finally, level 15. Okay, are we getting classes? We are not. Okay, so the precedent is not every 5 levels. There's a lot of chests over here. Holy crap. Oh, this is a blue skeleton. Oh, excuse me. Purple skeleton. How dare I assume his color. Oh, we got 3 green ones in front? Okay, this is a little scary. Wait, skeleton combination? Are they about to Megazord? The way his head got bigger. What is happening? They all just, like, defended or something? Okay, let's do a spell across the front row here. Let's do water. I could see these guys being weak against earth, but I could also see them being, like, resistant to it. Definitely not going to try shadow. They might be weak against fire because they're undead. They might be weak against light. But water seems pretty safe. Let me just go for water. Oh, they're all going to attack at once. Look at that. They all have the same turn. Oh, that was perfect. You're fine. I did have a nice holiday, Deej. Thank you for asking. Did you have a good one as well? Did you do anything fun? Oh, yeah. Didn't you have to do like a big drive or something? I feel like I remember you talking about a big drive that you had to do. Maybe I should try Shine. We haven't been able to get it to do anything. Let me try it on this guy in back here. Oh, that one moves really slow. Yeah, we didn't do a whole lot, but it was really nice. Oh, 179. That was beautiful. Let's mow down before the water goes off. This might be a nice little wombo combo. Beautiful, they're dead. That's exactly what we wanted to see. I don't know what they were planning there, but we nipped it in the bud. Nice. Counter. Counter is really useful. It seems to proc pretty readily, and it does the same damage as a regular attack. Drove home this year to bring Winnie with. So nice. Currently driving back. 1 second, guys. I need to go check on the little guy. He's fine. He's fine. Ooh, Shina. We just got a level 4 spell. Are you going to pop up? Maybe. Drove home to bring Winnie with. Currently driving back. Oh, okay. Maybe that's the one we just defeated? I don't know. This guy's probably just going to run away, but we'll see. Looking forward to getting back to your routine? Yeah, I can really, really identify with that. I am the same way. I love my routine. That was weird. They always do that when they die? When you say drove home, did you just like drive like a couple hours to like a different city, or are you from a different state? You don't have to give any more details than you want to. I'm just curious. Oh, this is actually a slope that goes down. Okay. Stop shooting me. There's another chest down there and another path. Okay, let me finish exploring this little wedge. I can't go over here, can I? No, it looks like I should be able to, but I can't. Alright, let's go back over here. We came from that way. These guys are super annoying. Something about the way that they, like, shoot you while you're walking around is infuriating. They're not that pesky in battle. Oh, you drove to Alabama? Holy crap. Okay, yeah, that's serious. That's very serious. That's a serious drive. That's probably about the same as when I drive from here up there. It's probably about as far. Maybe farther. Yeah, that's a serious drive. Well, have a good, safe drive. For sure. 50 experience points for Jiro. Oh, shoot. I forgot to put the you can't steal stuff from me ability on. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, miss. Love it. Mega invisibility elixir. Okay, I would like to have that back, please. Do not run away. Okay, thank you. It's pretty boring, so the best kind of drive. Yeah, my drive from Austin to Minneapolis is remarkably boring. There's one part of it that's kind of like engaging, because you're like doing like windies. And then I guess another part of it that's engaging, depending on which route I take. There's two different routes I can take. If I take one particular route, there's a really annoying part that's super engaging, where you're constantly going to highway speed and then immediately slowing down to like residential speed, and then back up to highway speed and then back down to residential speed for like a couple hundred miles. Where it's like 75, 55, 35, 55, 75, 55, 35, 55. It's like, ah! Like, I'd rather go 35 miles an hour for 200 miles than go up and down like that. And it's always like in the middle of the night where I hit that stretch, and you have to like really obey the speed limit or you're gonna get pulled over. And you can't like ride the cruise control, because like as soon as you get to like cruising, it's time to change your speed again. Oh, I got poisoned. Yeah, the speed zones really suck. They really suck. If I choose to pay like $13 in tolls, I don't have to do that. So it just depends on how I'm feeling and where my disposable income is at. Oh, the ghosty crab guys are back. Okay. Little scary to have them in back, because they can incapacitate a character. This guy in front takes a little bit to kill. The counter helps a lot. Good job, Motto. I think this guy has about 500 health. Nice counter. Another one. Okay. Maybe we'll get lucky here and he's gone. No, not quite. Okay, don't possess me. Okay, water gun's fine. We love it. Another counter. Okay, this should kill him. Yep. And then these guys are one-hit KOs. Maybe they can't do their possession from the back row. Oh, you're doing this. It's okay, we just whack him. Get out of here. $110, 120 miles per hour? Holy crap, Dreambound. That's a spooky speed. Okay, here's the thing that we want to destroy. I'm assuming that this is going to be a boss. I don't want to get too close to it because we've triggered boss fights from really far away so far. So I'm going to actually backtrack to somewhere that I can save. And this is going to be where we end for tonight. Until next week. So, I think I want to just go directly south. Yeah, this way. Luckily, most of these enemies will be cleared out. I can't remember if there was a save point in here or not, though. I guess even if there was a save point inside the dungeon, there's a good chance that powering off the game and loading back up will still respawn all the enemies. But maybe it won't. Oh yeah, there wasn't a save point in here. Okay. Fastest you've gone is 185. Oh my god. I think I would wet myself if I went 185 in a car. That's so fast. So fast. I've gone like 100, 110 in a car quite a few times. But it doesn't feel exciting. I mean, I'm sure it would feel exciting if I was... or maybe it would have a chance to feel exciting in a car where the headroom the performance headroom went well beyond that speed. But when you're in like a standard sedan where that's kind of like redlining and pushing the limits of the car, it really doesn't feel good. Like it doesn't feel like, oh, I'm in control. This is fun. It feels like you better slow down or you're going to die. And I don't know, maybe it would still feel like that in a high performance car. But not something that I'm interested in. I am not a speed junkie for any stretch of the word. I like thrill rides, but I have no interest in driving a fast car or riding in a fast car. I don't like it at all. It scares me to death. Okay, this is save slot number 3. And this is well, this is actually Overworld. And then, Forest of the Dead. Mostly clear. Pre-boss. Okay, that's where we're going to stop for today. So next week, we'll pick up right here where we left off and finish up this dungeon, and then make our way back to Lago Village to hopefully save the Devi tribe from their plague. In the meantime, some housekeeping things for you. Number 1, if you're in my Discord, make sure you vote for the new Tuesday game. You have all of next week to vote, but just make sure you don't forget. Get in there, add a reaction for the game that you'd most like to see. You can change your mind. You can be chaotic. There's trailers in there you can watch to familiarize yourself with the games if you're not super familiar. If you don't have strong feelings about it, please, please, please just arbitrarily vote anyways. Even if you don't have an opinion, if you don't like any of the games, vote for the one that's the shortest. I put a time estimate on all 3 games. You know, that way you're as close as possible to getting to vote again on something that maybe you do have an opinion about. So I would really, really appreciate it if everybody that is in the Discord would vote, as many as people as possible. Obviously not everybody will, but as many people as possible. So make sure you've done that if you haven't done so already. If you have already voted, thank you. I'm very excited about all 3 of those games. So any vote is a vote for me. We will have a Sunday sub-goal bonus stream on Sunday the 11th. Not this coming Sunday, but the Sunday after that. The lady will join me at noon Central Time on a Sunday, and we will pick up with Grim Fandango. We're over halfway to unlocking another Sunday stream. We are at 13 out of 25. That actually might be 14. I might need to do a recount there because we had 2 subs today. Yeah, that should be at 14. I'm going to have to fix that. So we're well on our way to another one. Maybe we'll have 2 point-and-click streams in a row. We'll see. VGM Con is coming up. If you're planning to go, book your hotel room. It's free to book your hotel room. You don't have to pay for it until the actual event weekend. So make sure you get your room reserved. The hotel will sell out. If you don't know what VGM Con is, I'll put the link in the chat here. I have a command for it, but my bot is dead. So I'm just going to lazily put the website in the chat. VGM Con is an indoor music festival that I'm the music director for. It's a weekend of video game music. All bands and musicians performing arrangements and remixes and covers of video game music. So if you like video game music, you should be there. If you can reasonably afford to do so. Deej will be there, I would imagine. Actually, Deej will definitely be there. Deej better be there. And Vaughn will be there. You can hang out with both of the Backlog boys at the same time. Sometimes we're in the same spot at the same time. We both have a lot of duties throughout the weekend. But yeah, come to VGM Con, check it out, see if it's something that you can reasonably make happen, because we'd love to see you there. It's a lot of fun. We put a lot of heart and soul into it, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. And this year is going to be really good. I have almost completed the musician lineup, and I'm really excited about it. A lot of new and exciting talent this year, along with some returning acts. Some acts that are brand new to the scene, and some acts that are new to VGM Con, but long-standing, well-known acts that we haven't been able to get before. So, great mix. I'm very excited. I think that's all I got for you right now. We need to find someone to raid before we get smacked in the face with an ad. So let's see who is online. Yeah, ads are imminent. Let's see here. Dun dun dun. Oh my god, wow. I wish I could raid there. But I cannot. Twitch load. There we go. Ooh, that could be fun. Oh, that's a good target. Lots of good options here. That's a good target. Wow, okay. Too many good choices here. Let's see. Let's see. Well, you know what? Let's raid Shulk. Because I probably won't get too many opportunities to raid Shulk. Shulk is in Ireland, which means it's really, really late for him right now. And Shulk has very kindly raided here before. Chinese Hulk, a newer stream friend that I met through Club CRT, and Jackie. He's a very silly, fun-loving guy. He's playing Bomberman Hero, which is a N64 game not a lot of people know. Most people only know Bomberman 64. There's 3 Bomberman games on the N64. Most people only know about one of them. They're very peculiar, interesting games with great music. I need to hit the raid button. So we're going to go over there and say hello to Chulk and see how things are going tonight. Thanks for hanging out with me today. We made a lot of good progress in the game. We learned some stuff. We got some lore. We got some mechanical info. So I'm happy. Unfortunately, I have to wait a whole week to play again. But we'll make it there together. We might finish Paper Mario on Tuesday. Come stick around for that. If we don't finish it on Tuesday, we'll definitely finish it the following week. That's it for now, folks. Stay well, be safe, be healthy, be kind. And yeah, generally take care. Exactly. All right, let's go say hi to Chulk and see how Bomberman's treating him. See y'all later.